action, the excitement as we're coming on the air with this NBC News special coverage of the historic moon launch. T-minus 2 hours and 24 minutes until the Artemis 2 mission lifts off. You're looking live at it here from the Kennedy Space Center to send 4 astronauts farther into space than anyone's ever seen before. We got the big countdown clock. We're keeping our eye on this one, ticking down literally to 6:24 Eastern. That's when we think we're going to get the all systems go from NASA's mission control. But there's a late-breaking twist, folks. We've just heard from our weather team about some spotty showers in the area. Remember, this thing is not going to launch if there is precipitation, if there's drops falling from the sky. We're going to get more into that in just a second. But the crew, they are already on board. Look at them, making their way to the launch pad earlier. This is the mission that'll bring the first black astronaut, the first woman, the first Canadian to the moon. But this crew says they really don't think in terms of those kinds of superlatives. They're thinking about this as a way to bring the world together. And you are looking at some of the people who have a front row seat to this history there in Cape Canaveral. And for this huge moment for the country's space program, it is the next step to try to see another moon landing and eventually a Mars mission. There's a lot riding on this one. We've got it covered from every angle. Ryan Chandler posted up with the crowds on the beach. Al Roker's got the forecast. Emily Rice, space scientist, is with us too, along with Gotti Schwartz in L.A., of course, Tom Costello at the Kennedy Space Center. I want to get right to Al Roker here. Now, I want to explain to people, we're going to be dipping in and out of the NASA coverage here in about 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes. There's going to be a key moment where they're going to seal and lock some of the access panels. But we've got some developing news with this forecast here. Some showers are popping up, although not lightning, right?
Not at this moment, although there are some storms to our south, Hallie. But we also have the winds starting to pick up. As I look to my south, I can see actually some blue sky. Let's show you what's going on as far as weather launch criteria. Here's what would be the issue if they were going to scrub this because of weather. So the weather launch criteria: lightning, clouds, precipitation, temperature, wind, solar activity. Interestingly enough, they will not launch if they see for 30 minutes after lightning is observed within 12 miles. They won't launch through a cloud layer that's within 6 miles and has freezing temperatures, or through precipitation. Now, we don't have to worry about over 94 degrees. The wind gusts right now still strong, but nowhere near 33 miles per hour. No severe solar activity. So right now, 78 degrees. Winds out of the southeast at 8 miles per hour. The wind gusts are at 13. Again, still within the parameters. We just got this forecast in from the 45th Weather Squadron. Now, the 45th Weather Squadron, basically, they are the real-time forecasters. They are here at the Patrick Space Force Base near Cape Canaveral. They're responsible for that forecast. Their main concern, some clouds, some showers. You can see those showers moving to the south. There is a little additional risk right now on from a 1 to 5 of solar activity. It's a 1. Now, if this was a 3 to a 5, they might consider scrubbing it because that solar activity, like a geomagnetic storm, could cause problems with the communications and with the instrumentation. But right now, fingers crossed, looks like weather's a go. An 80% chance, according to the 45th Weather Squadron, Hallie.
So then, Al, the TLDR on this is that you think in the next couple of hours, these spotty showers are going to blow through and we should be okay, we think.
I do think so. And if they are, they should be far enough out of that radius that will be okay.
Al Roker, love to see you, my friend. Thank you for being with us. Tom, let me go to you on this because it's important to note here, they're aiming for 6:24 Eastern. That's what we just talked about here. But it could be 6:37. It could be 7:05. They have a little bit of wiggle room, which we don't always see in these kind of launches.
They have a 2-hour window, and just so you know, I've got NASA in one ear and you in the other, so I'm trying to listen to what NASA Mission Control is saying right now.
Well, I'm going to take a pause here real quick, Tom. And I'm sorry, I know I just tossed you. Let me dip into NASA because it's 4:04. It's 4:04 Eastern, and we know that this is the moment when they are making a move here. They're sealing and locking what are basically the access panels here, right? The crew module service panels. Let's listen in for just a second as we're looking live here on this.
History of our solar system and of our planet, but also about our place in the cosmos.
We are so proud of the Artemis team and so excited for what you will see and learn on behalf of all of humanity during your trip around the moon. As we push the boundaries...
Dipping in for a pre-recorded message on that one, Tom. So let me go back to you on this. You're making the point here. You're listening to NASA. They're keeping an eye on all of this, everything that Al is laying out, too, as it relates to weather.
Bottom line is they're pressurizing the cabin right now, the crew module. The crew is already in. They're already seated. They want to pressurize this, and then they will close the hatch. So we are right now getting very close to when they will close the hatch on Orion. Just a reminder, of course, Orion is that crew capsule sitting on top of the Artemis rocket stack. We've got 4 astronauts now inside. Commander Reed Weissman is inside. Pilot Victor Glover is inside. Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen, and then Christina Cook, mission specialist. So those 4 are seated and ready to go. They'll close this hatch, and then they'll begin the preparations for the countdown. The countdown's already on, but in terms of actually launching. But to your point, they could launch as soon as 6:24 p.m., but they've got a 2-hour window. So the idea is they could launch an hour later if necessary, hour and a half later if necessary, as long as they're within that 2-hour window. And you may recall that during the missions when we were watching them go to the space station, they had a very tight window, right? Because they had to intercept the space station, which is orbiting. They don't have that tight of a window now because they're headed towards, first of all, an Earth orbit for a day, and then they go out for a 4-day mission onto the moon. So they got a little wiggle room. They're not on such a precise trajectory to intercept, for example, the space station.
So let me go through in the next 30 minutes, Tom, to walk people through kind of a viewer's playbook, if you will. We're on the air until this thing takes off. So you're going to watch it here on NBC News Now. You're going to watch it on NBC News on the broadcast channel. In about 30 minutes is when they're going to close, essentially, the hatch for the emergency escape system. And then in the next hour, we're going to get a final briefing, basically, from NASA officials. These are all key moments. These are all key points, Tom, for what will be, you know, the actual moment of liftoff, which will be dramatic, historic. The world is going to be watching this as these astronauts keep reminding us.
That's right. So, pardon me as I look down at my notes, and we've got a whole long textbook almost of notes on this mission. But at launch minus an hour and 10 minutes, you're going to have the launch director briefing, essentially getting the latest results of the imagery, if you will, on the thermal protection systems, close out the hatch, and then that closeout crew leaves the complex. So that'll be at about launch at minus 50 minutes and 40. L50 minus is what I mean to say there. And then finally, we're going to be looking at them doing the final countdown hold at about launch minus 40 minutes. So there are several holds built into this entire countdown. That's all normal, so they can do a final check, run all their systems diagnostics again, poll everybody. Everybody has to be on board. You may recall, if you've seen Apollo 13, if you've seen all the movies about Apollo 11, the guy who's in charge at Mission Control, the launch director, polls everybody. Are you go? Are you go? Are you go? Anybody can raise a red flag. They poll everybody and to make sure they're all on board. So far, they're all on board.
And listen, that's a critical part of this, Tom, because if anybody's not on board, they got to raise the red flag. If, in fact, there is a red flag that is warranted, the safety of these astronauts is paramount, as we know. Tom Costello, you are hanging out with us for the next many hours of your life, so thank you. I'm going to let you take a quick look at your notes there. And let me go to Gotti Schwartz. I want to get to Ryan Chandler after that, who's on the beach in Cape Canaveral. I'm just going to tell my team now. But Gotti, let's talk just briefly here as we're living in this moment. And again, they're working on the pressurization of the crew hatch, basically, the place where the astronauts are sitting. They're all geared up. They're going to go off, like later on tonight, they're going to be able to take off the space. You know, they're going to be able to start to do some of the testing that they need to do as Orion begins to get on its journey, which will take 4 days to get to the moon. In the next couple of hours, Gotti, what are the most critical points that you're watching here?
Obviously, the launch. The launch is going to be the most exciting part for all of us watching. The most clinchy part for those that are on that massive, massive rocket. That thing is bigger than the Statue of Liberty. It's pushing 8 million, almost 9 million pounds of thrust, and it is going to launch from Earth, heading straight up to that zero gravity, as you just mentioned. And then they get that resort stay, that one-night stay as they circle Earth, and then they head to the moon. But yeah, launch is very, very exciting. I can't believe, I mean, again, we talk about this all the time, but the fact that we're looking at that massive tower, there are 4 tiny little, very fragile humans in the top part of that. And then that is going to be lit with all kinds of flames, so much thrust generated. It's going to sound like thunder, man-made thunder all throughout Cape Canaveral. Everyone is going to see these 4 tiny humans blasting off into space. And now we're going to see cameras everywhere. So very, very excited to see what happens over the next few hours. But just so fun to watch, Hallie.
It is incredible. incredible. It's a critical moment for a lot of reasons, especially because it's a step closer to yet another moon landing, the first one in decades, and then obviously the mission to Mars after that. Gotti, I know you're going to stand by for us too, but let me get to Ryan Chandler, who I mentioned previously. He's out on the beach because, Ryan, this is a huge moment for the world, for the U.S., for NASA, and for the people behind you who are going to get a hell of an afternoon.
That's putting it lightly, Hallie. Yeah, welcome to what feels like the biggest star party on Earth right now. Look at the scene here. Thousands of people cutting across states and countries and generations perched on this pier, looking forward to looking up in just a couple hours now. It's been so cool to speak with the people here because they really do come from all around the world. We've met people from Costa Rica, from London, from so many states across the country, and crucially, from all ages. We've met families coming with 3 generations, some who have hoped to see this for their entire lives, who've never seen a space launch before, and others, the grandparents for whom this conjures up some memories from the golden age of Apollo more than 50 years ago. Much has been said about how unifying of a moment this is, but you really feel it here, and it's so cool to see. I want you to listen to some of the conversations that we had with people here earlier.
How often does this happen? Not very often. So, you know, to be here and be in this place at this time is really quite miraculous.
And it's neat to see everyone all rallying around. Everyone wants to see it. So to be a part of that is special.
Some 400,000 people are expected to come all around the region to put their own eyes on this. This is just a slice of that, but we're about as close as you can get as a member of the public. So this is the best vantage point. These people all say they feel very lucky to witness this part of history here, Hallie.
Well, I would be remiss, Ryan. You got to, I don't know who your photog is. Can you swing around? What is the view? What is your view? What are you going to see? Swing it. Let us see it.
So let's spin around. This is what we're looking at, and we're about 12 miles away from where Tom and Al and everybody at NBC HQ is at the Kennedy Space Center. But
you'll see it.
Even
Go
with
right
that
up.
distance,
Yeah.
Right. I've been told that it doesn't matter how far you are. When you're this close, it is the type of blast that you feel with every bone of your body. You see it well before you hear it. These people knew the right place to come, and I can't wait to see this myself, Hallie.
I would take that beach day any day. Ryan Chandler, hang tight, Ryan. We're coming back to you. We want to check in as we get closer to launch. Thank you, my friend. It's incredible to see, too, as you look in Ryan's live shot there, the kids, the next generation of Americans, of people inspired by what this moment is. And somebody who knows that well is somebody who has been to space. He has also been where I am here in Washington. That's because he's a member of the United States Senate, Senator Mark Kelly, who is joining us now. Senator Kelly, thank you so much for being with us for our special coverage here of the Artemis mission. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you for having me on, Hallie.
I'm struck by, I don't know if you had a chance to see one of our colleagues out there at Cape Canaveral. All these people have come out to watch this moment. You've got millions of people tuning in throughout the country, around the world to watch this. And there's a lot of other stuff happening in the world. You've got a war against Iran that the president has put on in the Middle East. You've got gas prices soaring. You've got concerns over the cost of living. And yet there's this moment that the astronauts on board this mission, taking this mission, have said they hope this is a unifying moment to bring the world together. What's your argument as to why people should be invested in this launch?
Well, that's why we need this. And I think the astronauts on board, the 4, so 3 American astronauts, 1 Canadian, they're spot on. That this can be a unifying thing, not just for our country, in a time where we are very divided and there are so many challenges that we're facing overseas and here at home. A moment like this can be really, really important to getting our country back on track and understanding that we are really all in this together.
There's a real and I want to explain to people, too, Senator, you know this well, but just for folks watching at home, what we're looking at now, this is the launch crew. They are working on the outside of Orion, essentially, the outside of the crew hatch. Again, we talked about how this is the point where these engineers are going to be working to seal and lock up the access panels here. In about, looking at my clock, 20, 30 minutes or so, they're going to be able to secure the launch abort system. In other words, the emergency escape hatch, in essence. And as we're looking at this, Senator, we talk about the policy reason behind this, too. There is a space race. You wrote an op-ed for the Times on NASA last year, and you said if America abandons space to China, it's China that's going to get to write the rules of the road, and other countries will partner with China instead of us. They want to land on the moon by 2030, start building a base. What are the consequences, Senator, if China does pull ahead here?
Well, the consequences wouldn't be good. I mean, space is the high ground, not only, militarily, but I think in some regard to our economy. We have successfully built an economy in low Earth orbit. There is no reason why we cannot do the same thing on the surface of the moon. And that's NASA's goal. Right now, it's up to me and my other colleagues in the Senate to make sure NASA has the resources to do this. But we can't leave this to the Chinese to do this. They're incredibly ambitious. In every arena, they present a challenge to us, militarily, economically, scientifically. And I think if we remain focused on the things that matter and address the issues that we need to fix with, policy and politics and, the rest of this century can truly be an American century. And it's missions like this that highlight the importance of doing that.
But Senator, can Artemis keep up with China, considering what some see as a brain drain at NASA, some 4,800 workers who have left since the start of the second Trump term?
Hallie, you do not see the Chinese sending a rocket around the moon today, right? They're far from being able to do this. Now, who gets to the surface first? I'm not sure what's going to happen here. I think if we give NASA the resources, that we have the best scientists and engineers in the world, we clearly can accomplish our goals.
We should note, too, the update just coming in from our team, listening into NASA as we're taking a look at some of the video here. Everything is pressurized in the crew hatch as expected. So yet again, another green check mark as we're getting closer and closer to liftoff, Senator. You were on Reddit. You were chatting with some of the Redditors just yesterday, I think it was. And you talked about the timeline for a lunar landing, the options here that you expected to shift. We know they've looked at early 2028. Do you think that's feasible?
I think it's possible, but from my experience in doing this for 15 years, things tend to slip to the right. It's going to depend a lot on how much in the way of financial resources can we apply to these missions. The next two Artemis missions, which will hopefully happen next year or the year after, and then how much do we invest in building the landers and the entire system to get people to the surface of the moon and back. These are complicated things, and NASA needs the support from the Congress to do this.
You also talked about how you want to bring back the space shuttle, and I wonder about this. I know you'd be on this mission tomorrow if he gave you the phone call, Senator. But do you think really that NASA?
Allie, I was kidding.
Okay, I have to ask how tongue-in-cheek that was. One of the things we saw on the beach there at Cape. Oh, go ahead, Senator. I was going to say one of the things we saw on the beach in Cape Canaveral.
I was going to say I love the space shuttle. I know you do. I love the space shuttle. It's the best spaceship ever built, by far, and it could do so many things. It was time to retire it when we did back in 2011.
You and your brother, I know, grew up watching the Apollo missions. You look at the kids now on the beach at Cape Canaveral. What is your sense of how inspirational this moment may be for the next generation of kids who are watching this like you all those years ago?
Well, I think it's huge. When a kid, watches this, I watched many of the Apollo missions when I was growing up, not Apollo 11, because my mom said I fell asleep on the floor. My brother remembers it, but we were in kindergarten and I was apparently tired. So I missed that one. But the later ones was a great inspiration for me, got me interested in science and engineering. And I think this mission can do the same for an entirely new generation of kids.
Senator Kelly, I can tell you my kindergartner, thanks to the 6:30 Eastern time frame, will be awake for this one if it goes off as planned. Senator Kelly, thank you so much. Appreciate your time. Appreciate you being with us. I know it's a big moment for so many folks, including former astronauts like yourself. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Hallie.
Sure thing. Let me bring in somebody else who knows NASA well, and that's astronaut Anne McClain. She is joining us now from the Kennedy Space Center. And Anne, talk us through some of this, because you know the members of this crew. You've got a lot of experience. You've got the Canadian member who's really not done this kind of long-term, multi-day space trip before, who's talked about how Jeremy Hansen there, all the way on the right, he said, I hope it's not annoying to the rest of the crew that I'm kind of getting my space legs under me when we're up there. Talk to me about these people who are your colleagues, your friends, you know them. What must this moment be like right now?
Well, we have a very small astronaut corps. Our professional astronaut corps is less than 50 astronauts. We all do life together. We spend a lot of time together. We train, we fly, we plan together. So watching these are four incredible human beings that are on this rocket. And they all have varying different backgrounds and experiences that they bring in. Reed Wiseman, the commander, he was the chief of the astronaut office. He's flown on the Soyuz. He's flown to the International Space Station. Victor Glover, Christina Cook, those are two of my classmates, the 8-ball class of 2013. And so I worked with them for 12 years, flew aboard the International Space Station with Christina. And, Jeremy Hansen, I think he's underselling himself. It should be a very proud moment for Canada to see him on top of this rocket. And he is one of the finest human beings I've ever had the chance to work with. He specializes in making cohesive teams. And so I know he's going to bring a lot to this crew, and he's a big reason why this team is so tight.
Well, to your point, the humility is evident when you have any conversation or listen to any of the briefings from any of these four. Did you get a chance to have any conversations before they ended up in quarantine?
We talk all the time. I think we got our last text from one of these crewmates. I won't call out who, but it was as late as maybe midday today. So
nice.
We're a very tight group.
That's so cool.
And they're very excited for the mission, but I can tell you that they are very, very focused. There is a lot of responsibility on their shoulders, all four of them. Artemis 2, it's not a victory lap. It's laying the foundation for the rest of the Artemis missions. It's a big test mission.
And I promise I won't make you read the group chat. I won't ask you to do that. But give me a sense. I mean, you talk about the focus, but the nerves, too. I mean, you listen to them talk. They're cool as cucumbers. But this is a hugely tense moment at the same time.
It is a tense moment for those of us that are not sitting in the seat. But what I can tell you is the reason that they are calm is because they are prepared. One of the first things that struck me when I was a new astronaut was watching crews on the day of launch, and the calmest people on the day of launch are the crews that gets on those rockets because they are so focused. They're not distracted. They have a task at hand. They are constantly in their mind going over their procedures, their emergency procedures, their plans, their backup plans, and they are the best that could be sitting on this rocket right now, and they're ready. That's where their calm demeanor comes from.
This is also a moment for their families, too. I mean, all of them have talked about their families being inspirational for them, supports for them if they've gone through, as you know, Anne, what can be a grueling process to get to this point, the pinnacle of being able to be on board a mission like this.
Yeah, we ask a lot from the families of the astronauts. Our astronauts travel all the time. They train all the time. And the families are the ones that really kind of make up for their absence and support them when things get hard. This job isn't easy day to day. There's a lot that goes into it. And I know the families of these four, they are incredible people. They are very supportive of their crew. And they are doing some heavy lifting today. It is tough to be the family member of an astronaut on launch day. And our hearts are with them, and we are with them to support them.
I was also struck, Anne, in hearing from them over the course of the last however many weeks, there are some real superlatives here. There are some real firsts that are happening. You look at, as you say, both of your classmates, as you say, both of the ones who you've gone up through the program with, are making history in their own right. They have really emphasized, though, that's not what this is about. Over and over again, we've heard from all four of these astronauts, and I wonder your perspective on this, that this is about much more than simply a first for women or for Black astronauts or whatever the case may be, or for Canada. This is about the world. This is about bringing the world together.
Yeah, I think you said it exactly correct. This is for Team Human, and these are four incredible representations of Team Human. And, the first that we do, we don't set out at NASA to make history or to have firsts. We accomplish those things on the way to exploring, on the way to doing great things, on pushing the boundaries of what human beings are capable of. And then every now and then you get a day like today where when you sit back and you reflect and you go, man, that was a step function in what we're able to do in our space program. As I mentioned, this crew is completely focused on the task at hand. And I think that their reflection on being the first in their place in history will come later. They're the types of people that are going to look back and tell you what they did. They're not going to be the ones that are going to sit here and tell you what they're going to go do.
I love that. Anne, thank you so much for being with us. I know you've got a busy afternoon ahead and a front row seat to all of the action there at Kennedy Space Center. Anne McLean, thank you very much for your time. It's such a pleasure to talk to you. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. I see the clock is still moving, so it's a great day at KSE.
There you go. Thank you. Thanks, Anne. Clock is still moving. I'm going to ask our team to pull it up. Time to launch here. We are closing in on almost 2 hours exactly. And the next key moment is going to come in just about 20 minutes. There it is. 1 hour and 59 minutes here. We are closing in on the next big moment in just about 20 minutes from now. That's when the escape hatch gets essentially battened down. We're going to have 2 briefings in about 40 minutes. We're going to have one specifically on the sort of thermal protection system, in other words, the rocket surface. We're going to have another briefing after that, the last one, the last leadership check on mission readiness. We're going to bring that to you live as well. As we do, I want to bring in our space scientist, Emily Rice, who's joining us. And I'm struck listening to Ann talk, an astronaut who knows this, an astronaut who talked about how locked in, basically, this crew is. They've got a lot of work to do. This ain't a joyride. They're going to have testing to do. They're going to have, various things to run, essentially, because this is all in prep for the next mission to the moon.
Yeah, they have a very packed schedule. This is a 10-day mission. They have 1 day of rest. I think day 7 they get to take off a little bit, but they are taking this capsule to the moon with humans in it for the first time. And so that has happened without humans with Artemis 1, but there are a huge amount of systems in this capsule that have not been fully tested in space with people in there. And so everything from their spacesuits to their exercise, to their exercise equipment, to their food, to their water is going to be tested. The backup systems are going to be tested. And they're going to be piloting the spacecraft even for the first time themselves, which is really, really cool. One of the things that they're going to... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, please, please.
One of the things that they're going to do that I'm really excited about is one of the propulsion systems that will disconnect from the crew capsule, but then they're going to turn around and try to dock with it. Because eventually when they go to dock with the moon in future Artemis missions, this is not going to be a lander. The Orion capsule that they're in is going to be docking with other things. And so they're going to test that out with basically like a dummy thing before they even leave Earth orbit. And then after a day or so, they're going to do that burn in order to get them towards the moon. And so from the beginning, they've got a lot of work to do.
Well, I'm so glad you said that because, and I should note here too, the latest check from NASA, they are still working through that checklist on closing that module, that hatch, basically. So that is expected. That is what we had known and thought was going to happen. And that is, of course, what is happening now. So I just want to keep people abreast of that situation. Again, 4:44 Eastern is going to be our next kind of listen in and check moment. But Emily, you talk about this action that's going to happen even in the hours 6, 7, 8 hours from now, before they get even out close to the moon, much less the far side of the moon here. There's a lot of work to be done just to get this to be a kind of livable space, checking the water, the toilets, getting everything arranged so they can live in this capsule for the next 10 days.
Yeah. They're actually going to spend more time orbiting the Earth than they are orbiting the moon because they're not actually going to orbit the moon at all. So they're going to go out and back to the moon. They're going to do this kind of free fall back from the moon once they get around it. But they're going to have to check things out at first low Earth orbit and then high Earth orbit, which is something that we don't talk about a lot because everything that we have now in space, the International Space Station, is at low Earth orbit. And so already at high Earth orbit is something that just we haven't tested humans at in a long, long time. And so having the system up there, getting it into an orbit where they can start to get, there we go, out to the moon and test all of their systems in that space is going to be really, really exciting to watch it happen. I've heard in the first day they don't actually get a full 8 hours of sleep. They have 2 4-hour blocks that they can sleep. They'll be woken up again. Eventually they're going to get a full 8 hours once they get on their way to the moon.
Yeah, 4.5 hours is their first, basically nap. I don't know if we can call that any kind of night's sleep, Emily. But as we're taking a look here, and this is the path, that kind of figure 8 that they'll do around the moon before returning to Earth just about 10 days from now. I was struck, Emily, you talked about how if things work right, we won't even notice them. In other words, the bar for success is almost invisibility.
Yeah, there's a lot of systems on here. Like I said, the backup systems, the tertiary systems, they want to know that all of those things are working because you don't want to get there, find out that you need them, and then find them not working. And so this is the mission where they're going to take that time to test out all of these things on orbit around the Earth before they even leave to the moon.
Dr. Emily Rice, we're so glad to have you with us. It is a big moment, and we're getting closer and closer to it. Emily, I know you'll be hanging out with us throughout the rest of the evening as well, because we're going to have all of those key moments right here on NBC News Now. So a reminder, on the left side of your screen there, you see Kennedy Space Center. That's it. This is where the action is going to happen. About 12 miles from that is Ryan Chandler. You saw him on the beach at Cape Canaveral with all those people who brought out the tents, the coolers, the beach chairs, because they want to watch history go down. And you will join us in watching history go down less than 2 hours from now when the Orion capsule, Artemis 2 mission, launches off That is the go time. We will see if we get there, if there's any wiggle room. Again, we're keeping an eye on those spotty showers that have worked their way through. Keep in mind that these Artemis missions, right, the setup to the missions to the moon are going to matter big time to two of the world's richest men, both of whom are in a space race of their own. We're talking Elon Musk, of course, and Jeff Bezos. SpaceX, that's Musk. Blue Origin, that's Bezos. They're both contenders to play a big role in the next Artemis mission, Artemis 3. NASA plans to use one or both commercial landers from the two companies. Right, if you look at the literature they've put out on that, could be both, could be just one. You see Bezos tweeting here, "Let's go," with a picture of the crew, as one of our reporters caught this picture of SpaceX's new huge facility to build its rockets that's right by Kennedy Space Center. Brian Chung is joining us now. This is a big moment for the U.S., for the world, and also for the billionaires' space race that they're trying to get a piece of, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, when we think about the space race in historical context, of course, it's been about the United States versus other countries that are trying to shoot off into the moon. Now, I want to point out that this space race, though, is entirely domestic. It's two companies, as you mentioned, Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin, as well as Elon Musk's SpaceX.
But in the interest of, Brian, in the interest of just keeping people abreast of what's happening, we've just gotten word of a potential issue with the checklist that these engineers are going through. So, Brian, I'm going to ask you to stand by. I want to go right to Tom Costello for this. Tom, what's going on? What's NASA saying?
Jesus.
Oh, I don't think we have Tom. We'll come back to Tom in just a second. He's going to wave us off because he's probably listening to NASA. But our team's telling us that there is something that they're looking into further. This may not be anything that delays the liftoff time, but obviously, given that we are so close, we want to keep a close eye and ear on what's happening. I think we've got Tom back. Let me check back in with our pal. Sorry to bust over to you, Tom, but I know we got some action.
No. It's all. Not at all. In fact, hang on. As I'm listening to Mission Control, they're working a system, an issue right now.
Let's pull it up.
Let's listen in.
But that is not stopping us from moving forward in the countdown. We can continue to process and work the countdown. The closeout crew will continue to do their work, and the launch team will continue to do their work as well. But we'll keep you updated on what happens in regards to, as far as my understanding goes, a pretty unique situation here with trying to bring resolution and kind of help out the situation that we're seeing at the range right now. And that's the latest here from the firing room. I'll send it back to Megan and Nicole out the host desk.
Thank you, Daryl. Yes, very unique, but I think it speaks to the ingenuity of this team, right? To say, hey, we have this equipment at the VAB. Why don't we leverage it to try to solve this issue and work it?
Yeah, what a great. Let me bring back in explain Go ahead, as best I can. Yeah, I'm sorry, Hallie. As best I can in layman's terms, and actually this may be a moment where we really are fortunate to have Steve Robinson with us. But if I could, Hallie, here's what's going on. They just said that they have an issue there working with the flight termination system, and they have to verify their systems. And the controller, the flight termination controller, is asking to go get a piece of heritage equipment, in other words, old equipment, from the shuttle days, to be able to kind of compare and contrast where they are with their current system. And a reminder that they are essentially borrowing the solid rocket booster technology from the shuttle days, but they've also got some engines from the shuttle days. And if you don't mind, I'm standing right next to Steve.
I was just going to say,
Steve is an expert. You were on the shuttle. Steve, what does this mean to you? How are you reading between the lines here?
Well, it's brand new. I've known about it for about 20 seconds, so I will say that the safety termination system is something that every rocket that launches near humans has to have. It is a radioactivated system, and when they do the test, they have to make sure that there's continuity between the power, the data, and the radio receiving. And so if they have extra equipment they can bring in to bear to replace it out, swap it out, that is NASA ingenuity right there as it happens.
But that would suggest to me, tell me if I'm wrong, that we're not talking about a piece of hardware necessarily out on the pad. It could be something literally in the flight control center.
I'd have to hear more about it to say that.
Okay.
It depends on what they're talking about swapping out. They do have a 2-hour window here, you know. So we're now an hour and 49 minutes from the opening of a 2-hour window. So that gives us some wiggle room.
Hey, Steve,
I think what we heard is they're going to march forward. Mm-hmm.
No, this is great. Steve, I was just going to ask then, based on what you know about the flight termination system, is this, because they talked about they're going to continue working through the checklist, this doesn't pause everything else that they're doing, but is this fixable?
I don't think any of us knows enough about it. In fact, the people working on it may not know that yet either. So let's. It tends to be a fairly simple system, I will say, because it has to work, and it's not bound with many layers of complexity. So let's just see how they resolve this problem. I would have confidence that they can.
I'm going to ask our team if we should dip back into the NASA briefers, because it's important to listen to some of those updates. They're in a pre-recorded message at the moment, but I know we've got Tom, we've got Steve with us as well. Steve, pulling back big picture. These are as you noted, we're an hour and 48 minutes now from launch. This is a critical moment. We've spoken with one of the classmates, an astronaut, Anne McLean, who knows Victor, who knows Christina, who are on board, obviously, as well as the rest of the crew. They are incredibly focused at this moment. Walk us through what this last hour and a half must be like inside Orion.
There's a cadence to it. There's a cadence where you're listening to the launch control folks. Every single console is calling in with their information and the status of their system. There's a lot of interchange going on behind. The crew is paying very close attention to everybody, right down to listening to the tones of voices, because everybody by now knows each other well. They've been through these simulations, I mean, literally hundreds of times. So they're very ready. And let me tell you one more thing. If we need to delay the launch, the crew is going to be the last people to be terribly disappointed. They'll be a little disappointed, but they know that this is a brand new rocket that hasn't flown before. I twice have come back from the launch pad with my spacesuit still on.
And that's to your point. It is a 2-hour window, so there is a little bit of wiggle room involved for them to get something done on this flight termination system. They don't, at this point, seem concerned yet about launching inside that window. They are still troubleshooting that particular issue as we speak, Steve.
Well, I think there's a whole lot of work going on behind the scenes, and this is when NASA. It's just so great to work for NASA at times like this. And you know, for young folks, if you're listening right now, and you're wondering what would it be like to work with NASA, for NASA, as a contractor for NASA, this is what it's like. Identifying problems and solving them right away, and using your smartest brain you've ever had and working with some of the smartest people you've ever had. That's what is going on right now, and that's what it's like to work for this space program.
You've done a lot in space. You've done 4 shuttle missions, 3 spacewalks. You know what this is like. Bring us inside that capsule. It's the focus. I have to think there's some level of nerves, right? Are you thinking about your family, or are you just fully contemplating the task at hand?
The latter. My feeling was always, you know, you got the hugs, you got the handshakes out of the way, you got your picture taken 1,000,000 times. You finally turn around to the rocket, and your focus is on the rocket. You know, I know my family said, wow, the day of launch, it seemed like you left yesterday. So,
isn't that so
yeah, it's absolute focus. This is what you're born to do.
Yeah. Dr. Steve Robinson, former NASA astronaut. We're so glad to have you with us. Thank you, Steve. If you can hang tight for just a minute longer, I don't know if you can. I know we want to get a sense of this issue that they're dealing with, and we'd love to have your expertise here. But while we figure out what's happening there, and while NASA takes a look at that, let me bring back in Gadi Schwartz. And again, Gadi, I want to be clear here. There doesn't seem to be a level of intense alarm, at least not at this moment, based on what we're hearing from NASA.
Right. Right. And yeah, and I hope you still have him on the line, because I'm going to ask some pretty blunt questions here. The flight termination system, as I understand it, like that is one of those systems that we hope we never use. It's a fancy way of saying, basically, if things go wrong and this thing is flying over a populated area, it needs to terminate the flight. And again, I'd love a NASA astronaut to jump in if I'm wrong here, but I got a little model, right? Because I always have my SLS model here. But this thing goes up, and something goes wrong, and let's say the Orion capsule ejects, which is another system that is incredible. But let's say that the Orion capsule safely ejects, and this thing is, I don't know, somewhere over Florida or somewhere over a populated area. They got to blow this thing up. They got to terminate the flight, which means blow this up into smithereens that are small enough so it doesn't cause damage to the people still here on Earth if things go wrong. Now, to hear them say, maybe there's a heritage part that we could swap out, the system, as I understand it, and again, anybody from NASA, please feel free to weigh in, but the system, as I understand it, it's got a bunch of different parts. Obviously, it's got the explosive ordnance that is placed throughout this spacecraft that would allow it to terminate that flight and blow up into safe little pieces. But then it's also got things like an antenna. It's also got things like a redundant battery. It's also got things like the arming switches and those types of things that maybe they can swap out from one of the legacy programs. But when we say that flight termination system, I believe that's what we're talking about. It sounds fancy and scientific, but I think it is what would destroy this spacecraft if something went wrong and the humans aboard were able to eject safely. And then I do want to bring up, again, these are systems that we will hopefully never, ever, ever see happen. But the SLS has that launch abort system. And it's actually, when you look at this thing, if we can zoom in right here, see this little tippity top part right here? This little antenna, it's not like a radio antenna. What this is a whole rocket setup. So the Orion capsule sits right here in the middle, and it's at the top of obviously the rocket. But if something were to go wrong with the SLS, what would happen is that there would be these little rockets that fire up, and this system pulls the Orion away from the rocket, and all of the very flammable fuel that's in the SLS pulls it away by firing these rockets, so the Orion goes safely off. It's like an ejection seat. And then this goes off and explodes safely over somewhere, maybe the ocean, hypothetically there. But again, two different systems that we're talking about right now. And when we talk flight termination system, we might want to bring in Tom or one of those NASA astronauts to just double check.
Steve Robinson's
been listening. That's what I think they're talking about.
Let me stand by with your prop, because I want to come back on something else on this, too, to help people explain, to help people understand what's going to happen over the course of the next 8 hours. But, Steve, I know you were listening to Gotti sort of explain all of that. Anything that you want to add?
He's right. A flight termination system terminates the flight.
Right.
And the wonderful thing about this Artemis system is, unlike the space shuttle, it has a way to get away from a rocket that is in serious trouble.
Yeah.
We did not have that option in the space shuttle. So what he said about the launch abort system, the LAS, which is the rocket sitting on top of the capsule, if that fires, it can outrun the big core rocket of the Artemis. And it does that in 2 seconds. It will be going about 400 miles an hour faster than the main rocket. So it will save the crew. And then the idea is to ditch the rest of the rocket into the ocean so it never hits land.
But then, Steve, can I ask you this? Well, let me just jump in with a question here, because in about a minute and a half from now, they were supposed to be working on the securing of the hatch closure for the launch abort system. It sounds like what you're saying, though, is that because of this flight termination issue, they can't actually do that, or can they? Help me understand that. Can they check that box yet, or no?
I don't know for sure. It depends on how the sequence works, and there's a little bit of a mechanical overlap. You know, there's two hatches. There's one in the launch abort system on the outside fairing, and then there's the hatch in the capsule itself. So the latter goes first and the former goes second.
Okay, that's helpful. Tom, I know you're trying to jump in, and then Gotti, I'll get to you.
Listen, I mean, Gotti and Steve have done a great job laying this out. I think it's important to know what they're not saying. They got a bad piece of equipment. They're saying they just want to verify something that they are getting, right? Some read that they have on the system. And to do that, they want to check with a piece of equipment that quite literally is in the building behind me. It's in the vehicle assembly building, and the launch control center is right next door. Now, we'll see how quick and easy that is. Do they have to literally pick up a piece of hardware and bring it over and plug it in? Or do they just verify a setting on that piece of hardware and everybody is satisfied? I think that's the big unanswerable, at least at the moment. And so far, they're not stopping the countdown, right? We're a minute 40 to liftoff at this moment. And as we've said, they've got launch pauses built in automatically. And then in addition, you got the 2-hour window. So 6:24, as we've said, it's not a hard and fast time. It's the beginning of that 2-hour window.
That's a good point. So we're watching basically two tracks here of things that could potentially put a wrinkle in that 2-hour window. One of them is this flight termination system issue we've been talking about. The other is the weather. And let me, and I know Al Roker is scrambling back to a camera for us because we have a weather update for you. We know there have been some spotty showers rolling through. Just to remind you, if there is precipitation, if something is dropping out of the sky, rain in this case, they are not going to launch. However, as Tom has pointed out and taken pains to do so repeatedly, they've got 120 minutes to mess with here, right? So 6:24 Eastern, that's the time that we've all got circled on our TikToks here, but that doesn't mean that that's when this thing is taking off. So there's that piece of it as well. Al's going to come back for more on that, but Gotti, I know you've been dying to get in on the conversation, and I want to go to you because you were right. I mean, the way you explained that termination system is totally it.
Yeah, there's the engineering speech, and I think like the NASA engineering speak is. It's good luck. We should stick to that because when you're talking about, explosions and or blowing things up, things get a little nerve-wracking. But that system, as well as the launch abort system, it plays such an important role in the future of NASA and the direction that they're going in. He was just talking about how they didn't have that with the shuttle program in the same way that the launch abort system, in the same way that they have it with the SLS. What you're looking at the SLS right there, it is very similar to what we've seen with the Soyuz rocket, to what we saw during the Apollo missions. It's that stack, that teeny tiny little needle on the top that would be the life-saving pull the capsule out of harm's way device. I do have another prop, though. You want to see what we've got here?
I do, but can I give you a beat to get it ready? Because I got to get to Al Roker,
Yes.
Gotti, because we want to talk about the
good.
situation that's happening at Kennedy. Love you and your props, my friend. Al, you may have fewer props, but perhaps the more critical update for us here about what's going on with these showers. I mean, layman's eye, you know me, I'm not a meteorologist. Looks nice behind you. What's going on?
Yeah, well, that makes two of us. I'm not a meteorologist either, but that's okay. But I play one on TV. Okay, so here's the deal. Right now, if we go to the maps, we can show you our temperature is 76 degrees. We've got winds out of the southeast at 8 miles per hour, but the wind gusts are at about 16 miles per hour. Now, to be a problem for the launch, it would need wind gusts of over 30 miles per hour. So we're well within that. Now, here's the deal. We're gonna zoom out a little bit, put the satellite in play. Now, according to the 45th Weather Squadron, only a 20% chance of a weather delay. There is a little solar activity, but that's about a 1. Now, we're going to widen out here and show you back to the east, we don't really have much going on. So I think as far as those showers, they're dying down. We got plenty of blue sky, as you mentioned. And even though we've had the wind gusts, they haven't been as sustained as we saw within the last 45 minutes or so. So I think at least as far as weather's concerned, things are just getting better and better, Hallie.
Well, that's good news. Can you explain, too, Al, when you talk about solar activity, sounds like that is not a factor at the moment. You said it's level 1. What does that actually mean? Like a bit of a solar flare kind of thing?
Yeah, if we had a solar flare, an aurora borealis, something like that, something, a geomagnetic storm that could interrupt communications, activity like that, any sort of, directional information, all of that could be affected, but we would have to be above a 3 or a 4 for that to be any kind of a risk. At a 1, it's pretty minimal.
Which is good news for those who want to see this thing take off, as I'm sure you do. Al, we're 90 minutes from the window opening. How are you feeling? You got a hell of a seat, friend.
You know what? I'm really excited, Hallie. Here's the deal. Listen, I was 15 years old when Neil Armstrong stepped onto the moon. I was sitting there with my family. We were watching our Sears and Roebuck black and white television, all the Rokers sitting around, and never imagined that I would be down here to 52 years later to take a look at something like this. It's very exciting. And to be alongside my compatriot, Tom Costello, who knows just about as much about space as anybody who hasn't gone up, it really is very, very special. So, and I'm just thrilled to be part of this. And right now, the sun is getting brighter and brighter, Hallie. So we're very excited. I was watching the NASA feed a little earlier, and the Artemis astronauts actually got, for the first time, because they renovated the White Room where they get all ready, they were the first ones to autograph that wall, as is the tradition. And it's pretty cool seeing those orange jumpsuits. By the way, that orange It's international orange. It's an actual official color. It's the first time they're using those suits, and they got the blue accents. They look almost like Marvel superheroes, I got to tell you.
It's like something out of a movie, Al, as they are making their mark literally and figuratively on history.
Look at that.
Al Roker, we're so glad to have you, friend. Thank you, and thanks for keeping an eye on those showers blowing through, too. Really critical stuff here. We're going to sneak in a very quick break, 1 hour and 34 minutes now until that launch window opens. Do not go anywhere. We got another update coming up in just about 20 minutes or so from NASA. We're going to bring that to you as we are tracking everything related to Artemis 2. Stay with us. We'll be right back. We are back with this NBC News Now special coverage of Artemis 2, that historic mission to the moon, set to send humans farther into space than anyone has gone before. We are just about now 90 minutes away from launch, or at least the launch window opening. You are taking a look now. This is a live look. We'll bring it up here outside the capsule, outside Orion, where those 4 astronauts are already on board. You've got engineers now working through a checklist. We've had 2 things we've been watching over the course of the last hour or so. Number 1, some spotty showers that started to roll through. Remember, this thing is not going to leave the launch pad if it is raining, if it is too windy. You heard from Al Roker just a minute ago. It looks like that has abated, so hopefully all things go for weather. There is also separately a flight termination system issue that they are looking at right now. NASA has made very clear that they are working through their checklist anyway. They are continuing to move through all the things they need to move through. I will tell you that in about 20-25 minutes or so, we expect to get a briefing, an update from NASA officials about what's going on, at least as it relates to the rocket. We are also keeping an eye on what's happening both inside and outside. They're removing pieces right now of the cruise module hatch. They're working to close the last hatch. So that is what you're looking at here. Again, the astronauts are already inside. They're already on board. This is a look now at the outside with those engineers doing this work, with now 1 hour and 30 minutes until the launch window opens. You know who's watching this? Everyone. People around the world, people across America, and people who are posted up at Cape Canaveral. They have a front row seat. They're going to watch it themselves down there near the Kennedy Space Center. I want to bring in Larissa Abreu from our NBC Miami station. She is joining us now. She's actually in Titusville, Florida. But you've got, can I say I'm jealous, Larissa? You got a great view.
Yes, I have the lucky assignment on this April Fool's Day. We're tracking relatively quiet conditions at the moment, but all around me, people have gathered since earlier this morning. I'm talking dark and early, Hallie. People have trickled in, and now the park is packed. Lots of energy here, and we hope everything goes off without a hitch.
No kidding. And we should note here, too, and I'll have our team bring up a little shot of the park where you are, because we are looking at what's called the White Room. This is just essentially where the closing team is. It's what you heard Al reference. The crew signed their names on the wall just previously. Why was it important, Larissa, when you talk to people, for them to be out here in person to watch this? Why did they make the trip and bring the chairs and lug the family out to Titusville?
You know, that's a simple answer. This is historic, and people want to be a part of history. So many people I've spoken to say this is a generational thing. I spoke to a dear family. They're a couple rows behind me, and the dad brought his son when he was just a boy, and now that son has brought his 4 little sons, and he's there with his dad, with his wife, with his mom. And this is one of the stories that you continue to hear. There's people with their parents, people with their kids. There's folks here with their grandkids, and they just want to be a part of this moment in history.
Larissa Abreu, we're so glad to have you from our NBC Miami station. Thank you very much for being with us. You are looking live now at Kennedy Space Center. We are back here in Washington, where the president is as well. But in between a trip to the Supreme Court and getting ready for this big primetime address on Iran tonight, he is also posting about the Artemis mission, saying that the U.S. is winning in space, on Earth, everywhere in between, including now beyond the stars. The president says nobody comes close. We'll bring in Ryan Nobles here as we keep an eye. I'm going to ask our team to keep these live pictures up. This is a fascinating look here. I mean, this is it, Ryan. You're seeing now inside the capsule. You see the crew on board. You saw the engineers working just outside to make sure everything is closed up and ready to go. We're a few minutes away now from the next briefing. We're going to get 2 more before that launch window opens. And Ryan, despite the president posting about this, as presumably any president would do, in the eyes of many, including these astronauts, this is a moment that transcends politics.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Hallie. And in the past, these type of big moments in American history that involve the space program have always been a unifying moment for Americans. And it has been a long time since we've had this type of launch with the amount of effort and work and financial resources that have been poured into it that the United States could all participate in such a meaningful way. It's in many ways the latest version of the space race. And while it is apolitical, there is a wider diplomatic and a global impact that this launch could potentially have that could have impacts and ramifications around the world. This is just the beginning of what the Trump administration hopes is an effort to both literally and figuratively plant a U.S. flag on the surface of Mars. If this mission goes according to the way that they're hoping, it is the next stage of this is actually sending and putting physical astronaut boots on the ground on the moon for the first time in more than 5 decades, and then the potential of a lunar colony, something that's being talked about.
Yeah.
And the White House said in a statement earlier today, they said that during President Trump's first term, the Artemis program was formally established to return humanity to the moon. President Trump is excited about the next phase with this historic upcoming Artemis 2 launch. The effort will strengthen American leadership in space, usher in scientific discoveries, and serve as the proving ground for missions to Mars. And it certainly is a change in U.S. policy, that we have not seen in quite some time, Hallie.
Ryan Nobles, thank you very much. We're taking a live look here. This is so interesting. So let me tell you what you're looking at here. These are the astronauts. In the upper left-hand corner, that is Christina Koch. She's the mission specialist, the first woman assigned to a NASA lunar mission. Below her is Jeremy Hansen. He's the Canadian here, a fighter jet pilot by background. He's going to be the first Canadian to do a lunar mission. You've got on the other side, the feet that you're seeing. That's the Commander Reed Wiseman. He's a longtime Navy vet. He's a dad, an engineer. He's from Baltimore, a ton of experience. He is leading this mission. And then you've got the pilot, Victor Glover. He's been an astronaut since 2013. He's heard Ann McClain talk about. He was a former pilot of the Crew 1 Dragon spacecraft. He's been stationed all over the country. He is going to be the first black astronaut now on a NASA lunar mission. Really incredible stuff here as you see the crew live in that capsule. Tom Costello is joining us here. And Tom, you've had many conversations. I know, listen to many briefings with these 4, and they are ready for this moment.
They are ready. I've interviewed them all, and I've said on TV, you want to feel like an underachiever, hang out with a bunch of astronauts. I mean, these people are all incredibly smart. They are incredibly well-educated. They've got incredible resumes, and they're nice on top of all of that. I mean, they bring confidence, and they are kind and nice and smart. Let me just tell you that at the moment, Hallie, the vibe we're getting as we work our sources is positive. The vibe is this thing may still well be on track to launch. So I wouldn't be too concerned at the moment, but we're watching it very closely. Let me just also explain to you, we talked about the fact that they wanted to have somebody go back into the vehicle assembly building, that's the big building behind me, to pull out a piece of shuttle equipment. They are borrowing heavily from the shuttle for this mission, right? The solid rocket boosters on the side are right out of the shuttle program, and the engines, the RS-25 engines, are right out of the shuttle program. So there is technology that is interfaced now into the new, as a part of, the Space Launch System, the Artemis rocket stack. And so when you talk about it, kind of moving forward and progressing from Apollo to Artemis, the twin Greek god of Apollo, there's a lot of Artemis that is just like her twin, and they're borrowing from it, and they learn from it, and they move on. So it's not that surprising that they would go back and say, let's just double-check something we have that we used with the shuttle program.
Tom Costello. Tom, thank you very much. I'm going to ask you to stand by because you are taking a live look now as we hit the top of the hour. It is now 5 o'clock Eastern, T-minus 1 hour and 23 minutes until the launch window opens. And the earliest we could see this Artemis 2 mission take off and see that Orion capsule blast into space. It's going to be very dramatic. We're going to have coverage of every second of it right here on NBC News. We've been tracking a couple of things. So remember, we are watching the weather so far. Good vibes from Al Roker on that. We are tracking the flight termination system issue that Tom just laid out. And as you heard Tom say, sounds like good vibes from NASA so far on that, although we're watching it. We're watching for more information. This is a live look now at what they call the White Room. You saw the astronauts sign this earlier. They became the first to put their names on the wall because it's a new room. These are the engineers doing all those checks. So they're working their way through all the various things that have to be done now that the astronauts are inside the capsule. They are making sure that the latch system works. They are making sure that the hatch is sealed up, et cetera. In about 13 minutes, looking at the clock, we expect to get a briefing on essentially the rocket's surface. So that is a briefing from some members of NASA. And then leadership will brief this hour, right, coming up in maybe the next 40 minutes or so, the final one, getting ready for launch for this mission. We've got our teams across all of it here. And the significant moment in American space history, remember, this is potentially going to be the farthest any human has gone into space, the first time that human eyes will see the far side of the moon. An incredible moment that also sets up the next Artemis missions to the moon and potentially a Mars excursion after that. We're talking a years-long timeline here, but it is the next step. We've got Ryan Chandler with the crowds on the beach in Cape Canaveral. We've got former astronaut Steve Robinson, who is here. Casey Dreyer, Chief of Space Policy at the Planetary Society, is with us. Gotti Schwartz is in L.A., but Tom Costello is at Kennedy Space Center. And Tom, the stakes here are high. The anticipation may be higher.
Oh, I think that's 100% true. I think, listen, no offense to anybody who's been on any sort of a mission over the last 25, 30 years, including my good friend Steve, who's been on several shuttle missions. But I think you have to go back to Apollo to capture the kind of excitement that we are seeing just building here for this, because people want to go back to the moon. Okay, should we spend the money? Should we, is this a national priority? That's pretty much been decided, right? The country's decided it wants to go to the moon. Bipartisan support in Congress. Congress has allocated the money. They want to go to the moon. By the way, the world wants to go to the moon. I mean, if you talk about the international excitement and other countries are part of this NASA program, not just Canada, but we've got heavy influence, of course, from the Europeans and the Japanese. This is kind of a global priority to go back to the moon. And as you know, China wants to put humans, their own humans, on the moon, same place we'd like to put ours, and create a moon base. So that creates kind of a geostrategic political play here as well. But NASA and the Western world wants to put astronauts on the moon, build a moon base, and then from there, hopefully tapping the ice that's in the South Pole to then be able to use that for your fuel to go on potentially to Mars. Although there's a whole new dynamic about going nuclear to go to Mars, which is a fascinating conversation in and of itself. And using a nuclear reactor on the moon, by the way, to power a moon base. So this is not, in my case, my parents' or grandparents' case for flying to the moon. This is a whole new generation, and the Artemis generation really is a page-turner.
Tom Costello. Tom, I know you're hanging out with us as we're watching all of this. Let me pull up those live pictures full. You see them on the left side of the screen. I'll ask our team to do that because these are the 4 astronauts on board. And as we watch this, I want to bring in Steve Robinson because, Steve, we've been tracking this flight termination system potential issue. Again, the engineers are continuing to work through their checklist as NASA figures out what's going on with that whole system. What are the astronauts doing at this point? Do they have their own checklist of sorts that they are going through, or at this point is it all in the hands of the engineers outside?
The astronauts absolutely have their own checklist. They're following actually their own checklist and the checklist that folks in launch control are following too. The astronauts in a flight program are the integrators of all of the information. There's the flight directors and mission control in Houston. There's the launch control team here and all of the support folks. And who integrates all of that information? It's really the astronauts and the flight director. So that's what they're doing. They're populating their minds with the information that they need to start this mission successfully.
Steve, Jeremy Hansen, it looks to be writing some notes. What is he? I'm assuming he's not putting in his first journal entry. What is he notating here? Do we know?
I'm sure he's writing down numbers that are reference numbers that he'll watch to see if they change. My job on the space shuttle was the flight engineer, And, basically it was like that. Your job is to watch to see if anything changes that shouldn't have changed. And what does that mean? What are you going to do about it? And then what's the next worst thing that could happen? That's the kind of things that are going through your mind the whole time.
Can I make a layman's observation here? It's kind of wild. It's kind of cool to see in the most high-tech capsule piece of space technology possible. He's not on an iPad, I don't think. I think that's just a regular notebook.
You know what's so great about this? These are humans. We are humans. We have everything in common with these people. And, I think that's what's so motivating about this is because we look at these, it seems like these amazing, talented, accomplished people who are doing something that they're very fortunate to do, but they're us. We are doing that with them, and they know it. And that's the way they feel about it. Believe me, everyone who flies in space brings the human race along with them, their families along with them. And you know what? I'll give you a perspective. I'm an educator now. I'm a professor at University of California in Davis, and I see daily the motivation in the students that the space program provides. They are pushing themselves, drawing themselves to do things they couldn't have done otherwise if there wasn't a space program.
Steve, in about 6 or 7 minutes or so from now, we are going to be getting the launch director brief. So we're going to be hearing from the launch director on what they're calling rocket and thermal protection system scan results. In other words, they're going to be assessing images of the surface of the rocket, right, to make sure there's no damages, there's no, nicks and dings kind of thing?
Yes, exactly. We learned in the shuttle program that being very, very cautious and careful and precise about the external state of the rocket was very important for safety. And so a lot of systems were developed with cameras, especially infrared cameras, to look at any heat changes. And so that's what we'll be hearing about. It'll be very almost like having a doctor's report on the rocket.
I should note, too, Steve, that we are being told that NASA says they are not tracking any significant issues at mission control. That's big. No significant issues at mission control. What does that tell you?
Can you see the smile on my face? That means much better chance. We've got an hour and 15 minutes. Those of us in the space program have been looking forward to this day for well longer than you've been alive. And so this is a huge day for us. So any time that we can say no significant problems in the way is very good news.
Let's take a quick listen into the stream here from NASA because they're saying the pressure is holding inside the capsule, which is more good news. Let's listen in for a second.
Termination system that the team was tracking.
All right. Thank you very much, Megan. And we're getting an update now from the launch team as we speak. I stand by 1 second.
The anticipation building here. As you heard, we're about to get an update now from launch about all of this. Let's listen.
Sorry about that. We're just getting an update, in fact, about what I was about to report out on the range. And the good news is the range is go. So we reported that they were working to verify their equipment regarding the FTS system. And they asked for a little of that verification work to be done by one of the FTS engineers here in the firing room. He went out to the VAB to get some legacy hardware to help out with it. But in the end, this is a fix that the range had come up with to get clearance, to clear the range rather, and to as well work the FTS system. And so now they are go. Again, the range is go. That is no longer a constraint. And so you combine that with the fact that the rocket and the ground systems here also working, no constraints, clear board here is great news. So again, the range is green, and we're continuing to work through the countdown. We got a weather update that came in to the launch director from Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger. He reported out that there's still a little bit of feisty weather activity that's happening up in the Titusville area. That's the city neighboring the Kennedy Space Center. Those showers had passed over Kennedy and then And then now they're currently over in Titusville, currently still within that mile kind of constraint of flight through precipitation rule. But we're still far enough from the window that it looks like it won't be an issue. And in fact, we're seeing some good sunlight now breaking through onto the launch pad. As you can see, it's actually shining on the other side of the rocket here. But to the west, we're starting to see some of that clearing that was forecast. And so the launch weather officer held his forecast for 80% go for flight during our launch window tonight, which, as a reminder, is 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time.
Update from NASA there.
And we're also hearing that the last hatch closure, as you can see in the bottom corner of your screen, they're starting to work on that. That's the launch abort system hatch. There are two hatches, the crew hatch and the launch abort system hatch, and the closeout crew that you see right there, right on time with their work as they go to shut. And you can see it in motion right now, that launch abort system hatch. That's the latest from the firing room. We'll send it back to the host desk.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Great news all around.
Some big updates there, some positive updates there for the spectators who have gathered, for the astronauts, of course, on board, getting ready for this Artemis 2 mission. And you heard the big headline there. You heard it live coming in from NASA, that flight termination issue we've been talking about, that question mark of an issue that popped up just about 45 minutes ago, that has been fixed. That means it is a green light. That means go for now. It does not appear that weather is going to be a factor, at least not at this point. So right now they are on track when that launch window opens in 1 hour and 11 minutes from now. Let me bring in Tom Costello here. Tom, you heard them talking about this fix. They were able to get, it sounds like, this what they call legacy part, this older part, swap it in potentially. Did we hear that right?
Yeah, that's right. Or at least they were able to use that legacy part, in other words, something from the shuttle era, to verify that the data, the information they had was accurate. And as I mentioned to you about 10 minutes ago, we were getting tea leaf readings from the people we talked to suggesting they thought that this was going to go, and it looks like they are going to go. So that's all great news, right? And then the weather is turning out to be fantastic. I will just tell you, as we talked about,
and let's
how they
watch
have
this latch closing. This is the closeout team closing this final.
This is the moment.
Yep, final hatch, I should say. Let's watch this.
They will not reopen that until they splash down in the Pacific.
Wow.
So this is it, right? You lock them in now for the next 10 days. Woo. And again, 4 astronauts inside the spaceship, which is about 33% bigger, more room than the old Apollo 11, Apollo 12, capsule. So it's going to be tight. And as Jeremy Hansen always jokes, at 6'2", the Canadians got a little more than they paid for in terms of space inside Orion. But this is it. They're closing up the hatch, and now we're waiting for this final. Now we're within an hour and 10 minutes until the scheduled launch window begins. Again, 6:24, not hard and fast, but the launch window at 6:24.
And Tom, in just about 25 minutes or so from now, you're going to see this closeout crew. They're working in this area. They're working in what's called the White Room now. They've shut that final hatch. They're going to do the last briefing here, and then they're going to leave, right? And everything is going to be essentially controlled via technology, remote controlled, essentially.
That's right. You get everybody off the pad for safety purposes, obviously, right? And so, and as you know, we've covered launches in the past where suddenly in the last 10 minutes they scrub. Well, there's nobody on the pad anymore. There's nobody on the launch tower other than the crew. And so you then got to bring everybody back to get them out. So, yeah, they clear the pad, they get all those crews out of the way, and they begin that entire process down to the last minute or so. And the launch control center, if you will, is literally over my shoulder right next to the vehicle assembly building. So the people who are controlling this launch are here. And then once they're off the ground, they transfer over to Houston Mission Control. But this right here on the ground, this is where they are in charge of this launch. And we've talked before about Charlie Blackwell Thompson. She is the first woman ever to be the launch director. Brilliant, as they all are. And I talked to her. I said, are you at all concerned that you might see a repeat of some of the issues that popped up with the Artemis rocket back in February or March? And, oh, by the way, with the other issues that popped up on Artemis 1, you may recall they had several months of delays and scrubs, and then we had a hurricane or two come through.
Right.
She said, you know, we really think that we have completely dissected those issues, addressed those issues, fixed those issues. And, you know, what did Gene Kranz say in Apollo 13? Work the problem, people. And they have done that, and they think they have a rocket that's ready to go.
An hour, 7 minutes now from when that launch window opens, the soonest that we could see liftoff here, Tom. And it feels like the couple of minutes before that and then maybe the 20 minutes immediately after launch are going to be unbelievably critical here.
I'm sorry, was that for me or was that for Al? Pardon me, I thought you said Al.
No, he
That's
said
for
Tom.
you, huh?
Oh, okay. I always get us
I'm happy to hear Al
confused.
thinks
I don't
about
know
that
how
too.
No,
We're the same brothers from different mothers.
you know, I did get mistaken for Al once in a hotel. No joke. That's another
That's
story.
right.
I did. I walked in and the lady said, I know you, Al Roker.
That was my wife.
Anyway, I'm sorry. Repeat the question. I thought you were tossing Al.
Tom, let me pause here for 1 sec, because they're saying right now, NASA, the latest update is that everything is sitting just right on the pad. That's what they've said. Everything is sitting just right. This is what they want to see. This is just about 5:17 Eastern time, the best case scenario for them.
Yeah. Listen, this couldn't be better. This is going like clockwork.
Okay.
And not only are they on the record saying that, and everything that you hear from NASA TV and the NASA comms, off the record, they've been saying that to us all week.
Okay.
They really feel good, right? They're not nervous. They feel confident about this. And not just the PR people, I mean the engineers. So I think we're in a good place.
Let me go to Al now. Al, setting aside the camaraderie that I know you and Tom Costello feel, you also heard that update from the briefing there. They also are feeling good about the weather system now. They're tracking it. They called it feisty, this sort of feisty system that was moving through. They don't seem to be overly concerned about it, and neither do you.
Yeah, you look, I mean, we've got this is, you know, Central Florida, and you get these little microbursts coming through. But right now, things are looking pretty good. I want to take, if you could take a shot of the pad right now. There are 3 towers around the SLS. They're 600 feet. They're basically giant lightning rods to take any lightning strike, attract it, and then drive it into the ground. Also on those towers are weather instruments constantly monitoring real time what that weather is. So right now, you know, listen, they don't have to worry about lightning. That is off to the west. Our current temperatures, as we go to our weather radar, you'll see it's 76 degrees. We've got a southeasterly wind at about 9 miles per hour, wind gusts at about 16 miles per hour. So that's not bad. Currently, we've got a little bit of an onshore breeze developing. Chance of weather delay, as you heard from the 45th Weather Squadron, only 20%, so which is great news. So there is a bit of a sea breeze coming in at about 20 miles per hour, pushing showers toward the inland. But as you look on the wide view right now, Hallie, you can see there's nothing developing. So that's not to say something couldn't sneak in, but right now we're feeling pretty good about this.
Okay, Al Roker watching all of it. We are waiting that technical briefing that we're supposed to get possibly any minute now. We're going to have a more fulsome final briefing coming up in, I want to say, less than 30, 40 minutes or so. It's going to happen this hour. It is 5:19 Eastern. We are closing in on just about an hour until that launch window opens. And Gotti Schwartz, who is joining us as well, another of our, as we call them so belovedly, space geeks around here at NBC News. The closeout crew is getting ready to leave, Gotti. So this is to the point that we were chatting about a little earlier. They have closed the final hatch. They have done their final checks. They will physically leave the pad shortly here. That is what we are preparing for.
Yeah, and all while those astronauts are they're sitting basically on their back. So we just showed that shot from them sitting inside of the capsule. And you got to remember, that's 2-3 hours that they're sitting there, basically just looking up, their feet kind of in the air, waiting to be blasted off into space. And one of the things that we were talking about, we don't know exactly what the heritage equipment that they wanted to check or they wanted to pull in is. But when you saw that shot of them closing that second second hatch, you just see how complex all of these systems are. And so many of these systems, they're really about astronaut safety. And that is where NASA has really gone so far above and beyond what they had during the Apollo missions with the SLS. But you see them right there. They're in that white room. They've just closed the hatch. Let me bring this out because, you know, why not? This is the SLS right here. So what they're working on, they're on the outside of the SLS, the top part. This is the launch abort system. And when you hear launch abort system, like, why are you talking about a launch abort system as part of the tippity top? Well, what you're seeing right there behind those NASA technicians, that shell, that's not actually the capsule. The capsule sits inside of there. It has another hatch that they have to climb into. So they climbed into two different hatches. And this is almost like a protective shell that sits above there with a bunch of rockets on the top. So if something goes wrong, this thing will basically pull the astronauts away to safety. Now, once they get above Earth's atmosphere, they're not going to need this top part anymore, this thing that looks like an antenna but is actually a bunch of rockets. So that will also fall off, and then all of a sudden, you'll see the little capsule. I don't have an Orion capsule yet. I've ordered it, so I just have like this Nespresso pod. But this is basically what they are sitting in, right? And then there's going to be some solar panels that unfurl. They're able to go up. Hallie, I do want to talk about this system, though, because it is so different than some of the competing systems that we've seen. This SLS abort system is crucial. And the reason why they are using this guy instead of Starship or any of the other spaceships that you keep hearing about right now is because it is so safe and it is so proven to be safe for astronauts. It has this ejection seat, if you will, built in. Crew Dragon, though, is SpaceX's Crew Dragon. They have tried to do something a little bit different. Instead of putting the system on top of their spacecraft, they've put those Draco engines alongside them. So if something goes wrong, these can basically bring the spacecraft down safely. That is something very, very different. But I will say, this thing, this Starship that I'm holding right here, this is what is being talked about as possibly the future of getting out to the moon. This does not have one of those launch abort systems that peel off. This is basically likened to a plane where they want to make it so safe they don't have to worry about it. But if this comes into the picture, they're still going to be using the SLS for the time being to launch it up and then load the astronauts onto this. So that's chapter 2, chapter 3 down the road. But very exciting times, and yet one of the reasons why you're seeing the SLS used over any of the other spacecraft.
Scotty Schwartz, it's so interesting. Let's talk about the ICPS in just a little bit here because I want to get into that conversation too. But we are just 12 seconds away now from 1 hour, T-minus 1 hour, until the launch window opens for this Artemis 2 mission. 1 hour away. It is 5:24 Eastern, 6:24 Eastern, as soon as we could see that liftoff. Again, it's a 2-hour window, so they do have some wiggle room if they need it. But at this point, what we've heard from NASA in the last couple of minutes is that right now, it's looking like a go. They have green lights, green check marks as they are working through their list. Now, what you're seeing on the left side of your screen here, these are live pictures coming in. You saw the crew, as Gotti mentioned, those 4 astronauts, 3 Americans, 1 Canadian, in place, prepared to lift off, prepared for this launch. Outside that capsule, you see in this white room here what's called the closeout crew. So they're going through all of the last-minute preparations here at Kennedy Space Center, where crowds have gathered. This is a key moment. This is a critical moment for American space travel. It's a key moment for so many people around the world, and it's a key moment for those in space. Guess who's watching this too? Guess who's watching the stream? Astronauts on the International Space Station. We're just getting a look at that. Some video coming in of astronauts on the ISS who are watching their compatriots, if you will, their fellow space travelers getting ready for this historic mission. Because again, it is expected to send humans farther into space than any human has gone before. We haven't seen something like this in decades. As far as astronauts, humans getting to the moon, they will see the far side of the moon. They're going to go around the moon. That's not something that a human's ever seen. We've seen it through photography, telescopes, etc., but not the human eye. It is a dramatic moment, and there are so many who have gathered to see it there outside the Kennedy Space Center. I want to bring in Ryan Chandler, who's on the beach with, I don't know, Ryan, hundreds of your best friends getting ready for this to go down in maybe an hour from now?
Try about 400,000 people all across the region, but the people here really got the best seat in the house. We're about as close as the public can get to the launch, somewhere over there across the bay here. And just so you understand how good this sun feels, about 2 hours ago, we were drenched. We had to take shelter to keep our camera safe because it was raining so hard. This park was really turning into a mud pit, but now people are having a really good time. I've had a lot worse days at work, Hallie. I want to introduce you to some of the new friends that we've made here from all across the country. This group here comes from Canada, from New Hampshire, and from Wisconsin, right? Yep. This is my friend Dan, Hallie.
Good to see you.
Dan, 1 hour out from launch now. How are we feeling?
The anticipation is really something. It really is. It's such a sense of pride. It really, truly is.
What makes you so proud?
Well, when you sit back and you think about everything that has to happen for this to occur, all the engineering and with the astronauts and everything else, and all those parts have to come together, it's a prideful moment for the United States. It really is. And it was great to have a Canadian on board, too. Yeah.
Absolutely. And it's something that brings you together with people from all across the world and the country here.
It really does. It's going to be spectacular. The last one, back in '72, I was young back then and watched that, and to be able to see this has been on our bucket list, and to be able to see this is wonderful.
A full circle moment.
Absolutely. Yep.
You summed it up as best I could, Hallie. That is the sentiment here for so many across generations. Such a special moment that we're about to watch play out.
No kidding. Ryan Chandler live for us there right outside the Kennedy Space Center, right there at Cape Canaveral. We mentioned those on the ISS who are watching this. I'll play a little bit of that video for you here now because, again, this is a moment that so many people have been engaged in. Look at this. They've got the laptop open. They've got the live stream up, just like we've got the live stream up. You've got the live stream up. We're all watching this. Some applause, some cheers for their colleagues there. Let me bring in Steve Robinson, who's been in this position before, Steve, or at least a similar position. I want to bring back up the live pictures here because, Steve, you have been closed in by the closeout crew before. You've been locked in and sealed up in a capsule by a crew like this. What's that like?
I think the closeout crew are the heroes of the moment for the astronauts, and I'll tell you why. They're not only the last people you see on Earth before you go fly into space, but they are the people who are checking out the inside of the spacecraft and doing that final pre-flight check that you can't do. You're strapped in, you can't see that well, you got all this stuff on you, you have a lot of other things to think about. These guys know exactly what everything should look like, how the configuration should be, right down to the routing of the wires. So when they say you're good to go, you are good to go. And they are really, really heroes of the day.
And they are really marking one of the last big milestones before liftoff here, right? I mean, when they leave the pad, that means things are ready. It's going to take something to get this off track.
Right. You know, when you arrive at the pad in the van there, like we saw them do a couple hours ago, it's almost spooky because there's nobody there except the closeout crew and the driver of the van. All of the other times you've been there, which is many times, you know, for training and preparation, it's a beehive, people crawling all over the place. Now the rocket is full of propellant, not a safe place to be, and there you are. And so the closeout crew is taking that risk for you. And when they say you're ready to go, they shake your hand, pat you on the shoulder, and they close the hatch.
Steve, do they prepare you for that psychologically as astronauts to pull up to see this sort of empty launch pad in a way that they haven't seen it before? I have to imagine the visualization process is critical to this training.
It really is. You're down, you know, you're only this tall compared to the rocket. And you're standing at the base of it, and it's kind of hissing and squeaking a little bit because of all that cryogenic propellant. Cryogenic means it's liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. That's how cold it is. And so there's steam coming out. It seems like a living, breathing monster. Before it seemed like a big building, and now it feels alive. And you think, well, I want to go into space in something that wants to get out of here, just like me. And so it's a really special moment to stand at the base of that rocket and go, okay, here we go.
Hey, Steve, can I jump in real quick? Why are they tethered? When we look at the closeout crew, we are seeing another feed of them being why are they tethered?
Well, you can see what they're looking at there is the outside of the launch abort system hatch. There's two hatches like we heard. There's the internal Orion hatch and then LAS hatch. In between where they're standing and that hatch is about 300 feet of nothing.
Wow.
So, you know, it's kind of like when you get on a commercial airplane, there's that little gap that you should never look at, right? And that's what that tether is there for.
Steve, it's like a jet bridge. When you're getting onto the plane, you're going from the jet bridge onto the plane itself. You don't want to fall through this crack.
Exactly. It's a lot higher. And, you know, I mean, what have we said today? It's all about safety. You know, there it is.
You know what? Let's listen in for a second. It seems like there's an issue with a battery that has come up. I'm being told by the team. Let me pull up the NASA stream just briefly here. Steve, can you hang tight for a second? Let me dip into this. This is just happening in the last.
Hallie?
Go ahead, Tom.
Hallie, we've got something happening right now. They're talking about a battery temperature that's out of range. So we are listening to this live.
Pull it up. Let's pull it up.
Stand by. Let's listen in.
Is working some troubleshooting on this issue. Going to follow, of course, along closely with what they learn. But again, a battery temp for one of the two batteries on the LAS is out of spec, and the team is working to understand, first of all, whether or not this may be a sensor issue, or is there an issue with the battery itself. So again, looking into it, troubleshooting and researching as we speak. With regards to the weather, we did get some good news there. Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger reporting to the launch director that the weather chances have now improved for the window. We are up to 90% go, which is great news. Again, 90% go. That is up from the 80% that we started when we had the first weather forecast come out officially 3 days ago. And so that is great. And for anybody who's here in the launch area knows that is certainly viewable. They can see that by just looking up. So we're getting some good clearing as forecast. And then just a reminder for those people who are watching the launch from the nearby area that if you're watching on an internet-enabled device, just remember that there may be a little bit of a delay. Can't tell you how much of a delay, but since it's on an internet device, you know, sometimes this broadcast might be a little behind what you're actually seeing. So just keep that in mind as you are watching. Don't wait till the last second to run outside if you're inside your RV or your camper or your house. That's the latest here from the firing room. Of course, we'll keep track of that last battery issue. I'll send it back now to Megan and Nicole at the host desk.
Okay, so Tom Costello, Steve Robinson back with us, Al Roker too. You heard the weather for launch is now a 90% go. That's better than what we heard previously, but there's this battery thing going on. And Tom, it sounds like they don't know if it's the battery itself, if it's a sensor problem, but they've got to get that worked out, right?
Yeah, and let me just kind of, listen, Steve can do this even, you know, far better than I can, but I've covered NASA now for 22 years. I've covered rocket launches for 22 years, and almost every one of them has something come up. And, you know, they're usually minor issues here and there that they work through, but they're very transparent in saying, we're working this issue, we're working that issue. Doesn't mean it's necessarily a showstopper. Right. It means that they are working the issue in typical NASA, you know, good form. Candidly, I mean, SpaceX has had a lot fewer of these issues for the last few years or so. Those things seem to go up without any issues whatsoever. But this is a brand new vehicle, I would remind everybody, right? Artemis is brand new, pieces coming from the shuttle, of course, but brand new vehicle. The Orion spaceship, brand new vehicle. No humans have ever flown on this ship or on this rocket stack before. We've had one, we had a big test mission a year ago with Artemis 1. So the question's going to be, okay, how many of these issues just come up and need to be resolved, and they're happy with the resolution? As Jared Isaacman, the chief of NASA, said to me yesterday, you can work as hard as you possibly can to bring your risk profile down to zero, but that is almost impossible when you're talking about sending humans into space.
Yeah.
So you're always going to have issues you're working, and then you've got to decide how much of an issue is this and whether it is a showstopper or it's just like driving your car. You know, you may have a light come on, it's not a huge deal, we can deal with that, or I'm out of oil and I got to stop right now. So, you know, this is the way NASA works. They work the problem.
So, Steve, can you jump in here? Because help us understand this from a timeline perspective here, because you heard NASA officials talk about how they are continuing to work through the checklist as well. In about 10 minutes, we're going to hit a built-in hold, a built-in 30-minute hold. Can that hold happen as they are working on this battery issue, or do things need to be all clear before that hold can begin?
Well, we'll have to see. We don't know if the battery is too cold or too hot. Batteries are usually too hot, but then again, the whole rocket is filled with liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen that is very cold. And again, the first thing you think about is a sensor issue. So what they're going to do is look at other sensors that are near that area and look at what has happened over the last few hours and see if there's a anomalous pattern in that. And this is you heard them say, they called it the last. That is the launch abort system. So there's 2 batteries, which would be redundant batteries in that system. And, Tom said it best, this is all about safety. When you have precious cargo like humans in there, even the small things you're gonna stop and look at. I don't know if this one is small or not, but it's not small enough to stop the countdown. We have 2 hours and 47 minutes until the close of the window. And so I'm going to be pretty optimistic that they can resolve this battery issue in that amount of time.
And I should note here, you're looking at Commander Reed Wiseman on the left, pilot Victor Glover on the right, as we're getting this sort of bird's eye view now of the astronauts here. Steve, I'm going to ask you to stand by for a second because I want to get to Al Roker, because we did get some good news out of this. They're obviously examining whatever's going on with this battery temperature thing. But Al, weather, we started our special coverage here 90 minutes ago talking about some of these showers rolling through. NASA's feeling good. They've now said 90% go when it comes to the weather situation.
We really kind of felt this all along, Hallie, that this was going to be something that would improve. We knew there were going to be showers around lunchtime. There were going to be thunderstorms pushing through. But now they've moved through, and we've got the temperature's about 77 degrees. We got a southeasterly wind at 8 miles per hour, wind gusts of about 14 miles per hour. But as you can see on the radar, those showers are moving away faster and faster. They're just pushing their way off. And that's really good news. So we watch this as it continues to improve. You can see very few clouds in the area. The winds are dying down a bit. It's, in fact, downright balmy out here right now. So, again, weather not going to be the issue. As the 45th Weather Squadron said, they have a 90% go. Because
Al, I'm going to interrupt you.
Yeah,
they
go.
just cleared the issue.
All right.
The battery issue has been
breaking news
cleared.
here.
They're moving forward.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, that's why we have Tom Costello.
I've got Nessie in my other ear. I got 2 ears. That's all I got is 2 ears. But that's what I got.
Well, Tom, tell us more. What'd they say? It's all good? Like it's all fixed? It wasn't a thing? What happened?
Stand by.
Well, we can listen in here,
stand
too.
by. Go ahead and dip in.
Messages
Yep.
flashed on their displays. Just wanted to say that they didn't have to worry about that. We're going to clear that. And that also just reassuring the crew, again, that they are tracking and working the issue with the launch abort system battery. Yeah. All right. And then first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as mission specialist on the Artemis 2 mission.
I got to tell you, that was a little confusing, the last sentence,
I
Hallie.
agree. Yeah.
That last sentence was confusing because they said they cleared it, and then I don't know if she misspoke or if she was...
An update to the update.
What did you say, Steve?
I didn't know if it was an update to the update there.
Yeah.
We'll find out soon.
So TBD
well, we've
on
been
that.
led to believe through our conversations that, they feel pretty good still. So I'm not quite sure if that last radio transmission and the last sentence there was a little misleading or if she was talking about another issue, to be honest.
And I got to tell people, too, we've been dipping in and out of this stream, so we're getting some critical information from NASA here. They're also doing some various pre-recorded videos. They're talking about some sort of more, what we would call in the news business, like feature-y topics, et cetera.
And they may have been, The trouble is, I'm sorry, Hallie, to interrupt. I don't mean to do that, but they've been working 2 issues. So they've been working the launch abort system you've been talking about, of course, with Gotti, and then they've got the separate battery issue. So did we get our wires crossed? It's possible. Was there some overtalk there on the radio comms? I'm just not clear at this point, but that's where we are.
Yeah, our team's going to go back and listen to it in the control room. They're back pulling that up again now. as we are taking a look at the video that, again, pre-recorded that NASA is showing there on the stream. You're also seeing now this is live inside Orion at these astronauts getting ready for this key moment. It is a big deal for them. It is a big deal for their families. It's a big deal for the people who know them, like Drew Feustel, former acting chief astronaut, who knows the crew assigned to the mission. These are friends of his, people he used to work with. Drew, thank you so much for joining our special coverage here on NBC.
Hey, Haley, nice to meet you or see you here. And we're just excited to be here at the launch. And you guys are talking about a lot of stuff going on, and that's not unusual for any spacecraft launch.
You're talking exactly about what I wanted to ask you about. These things that come up, this flight termination system thing, this battery issue, that's par for the course?
That's pretty normal, and the crew's probably expecting that. Remember, they've been training for like 3 years, and while they sit in the capsule training in the simulators, this stuff's happening all the time. So we obviously want to check out the real issues that are going on, but for the crew and their mental state, this is par for the course. This is normal. They would expect this, and they would just be working through the process to make sure they understood what was going on, and we're continuing to be ready for the flight. If the ground teams are ready to go, mission control is checking out systems, and they're happy, then the crew's happy as well.
And the crew is working through their own kind of checklist, even if just mentally at this point, right? To try to stay focused, stay locked in, and get ready for launch.
Absolutely. I mean, they are going through step by step. I mean, and for how close we are to launch now, they're definitely stepping through all the checklists for the systems, making sure everything's online, making sure that they're in lockstep with mission control as well. So, yeah, this is preparation and go time for them for sure.
You know, I know some of the folks who are inside this capsule right now. What's the vibe check you got from them before they went into quarantine? Have you been texting?
You know, we see texts from them. We exchanged notes. We've had some meals with a few of them before launch. It's amazing to see them. I was watching them in the suit up room today and looking at their faces, and I to myself thought, I know that look. I know exactly how they're feeling. I know they're ready to go, but yeah, these are close friends of mine. I've worked and trained with them for a couple of decades now, and I'm really excited to see all of these folks on the flight getting ready to go see the moon again for the first time in over 50 years.
What's so remarkable, and by the way, I should note another milestone here. It looks like the closeout crew, we're told, is getting ready to leave the pad. So this is a significant thing. It means the only humans left in the area are those 4 astronauts on board. Right. And several of them, Drew, as you know, they are making history in their own right. The first black astronaut to be on a lunar mission, the first woman, the first Canadian astronaut. And yet, over and over again, we've heard from this crew, this is not about them. This is about unity. This is about a moment that the world is watching.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a great crew. We couldn't have put together a greater assembly of people to represent the world as we go off to the moon. And you know, the idea, as it was stated by NASA and the administration, was basically to send humans back to the moon and really send humans this time to stay and create that opportunity for us to have long duration, extended stay. So Artemis 2 is going to be the first flyby around the moon, and then we're going to follow on with the other Artemis missions as landers and suits become available. But the idea is we're going to create an infrastructure on the surface, and we're not going to do that as a single nation. We're going to have multiple nations involved, multiple representation. Canada's on this flight. We're really proud about that. Jeremy's a great close friend. We know his family and friends are watching, and it's true of all the crews. So we're really excited about seeing them on this and watching the world launch to the moon again. This is really exciting.
It's a huge moment. It's a huge moment for these astronauts. And as you point out, their families, so many people thinking about them. As you know, their nerves have got to be flaring at this moment, too. Drew Feustel, we're so glad to have you. Yeah. Thank you so much for your perspective and for your expertise on this. We appreciate it. Let me go back to Tom Costello now, because, Tom, as we are noting here, the closeout crew is leaving the launch pad. We are getting closer.
Right. Absolutely. 39 minutes now until they go into this launch window. Let's just remind the audience what you're going to see if, in fact, they do light the fire. This thing is going to explode off the rocket pad, right? They're going to accelerate to 17,000 miles per hour. We haven't seen this powerful of a rocket with humans on board leave the Kennedy Space Center ever. This is that much more powerful than even the Saturn V during the Apollo days. This is going to be just an enormous amount of energy, and then it puts them into a high Earth orbit. They're going to orbit for about 24 hours, check out all their systems, and then they really light the fire. They accelerate to 24 30,000 miles per hour. We're talking Mach 33 as they head towards the moon. They are going to do a big loop around the moon, as you heard. They're going to go take a closer look to the far side of the moon, documenting parts of it that human eyes have not seen, because the Apollo astronauts didn't see it all.
Right.
And then they will use the Earth's gravitational pull in a slingshot maneuver to come on back towards Earth, hopefully splashing down off the Pacific coast in 10 days. This is test driving the biggest, newest, greatest rocket in human history, with 4 people on board, and they really do represent, I got to say, having talked to all of them, I think Al would concur, they represent the best of us.
They absolutely do. And if I could also add, Hallie, that what this does is shows us that we can still do great things. We can still do big things that bring people together. That in this next 2-hour window, we are all Americans. And we've got everybody, and Canadians, and humans. Thank you, Steve. So this represents so much more than just the technical achievement that this is going to notch.
Yep.
Al Roker, Tom Costello, we're so glad to have you both with us. You're going to be sticking with us, I know, as we get into our NBC News special report, as we are closer and closer, within 37 minutes now of this launch window opening. Our thanks to Tom and Al. They're not going anywhere. Neither are we. We're sticking with you through all of this. You're looking on the left side of your screen there, Kennedy Space Center. That's it, right? That's your wide shot. But then look on the right bottom corner of your screen. That's a live look at the astronauts inside the Orion capsule. Just an incredible moment. You heard Drew Feustel, who knows them, who knows what this is like, talk about what's going through their minds. And what we've heard over and over again from some of their colleagues, their classmates, their friends, they are locked in. It is pure focus at this moment. If there were nerves, they are working through what's after that, right? They are ready for this moment. This is what they have trained for years. And now they are set to embark on this historic mission around the moon. It's just incredible when you think about it, when you look at that. It looks as though things are moving forward related to the checklist. We expect this 30-minute hold to happen. That's typical. That's like built-in time, essentially. I want to bring in some other folks here to join us as well. I think Gotti Schwartz is still with us as well. Casey Dreyer is also joining us. Casey, let me go to you here, because as Tom has laid out, as Al has laid out, this is not a joyride. There is real science to be done here. This is laying the groundwork for the Artemis missions to come, and that's a huge priority for the Americans, for the space race, and for the world.
Absolutely. This is the first time that we'll see people leave Earth orbit in more than half a century. And, while they'll do some science, they'll take some pictures of the back of the moon. They're doing tissue science and comparing samples left on Earth and themselves to compare the cell degradation from radiation. Fundamentally, it's about checking out the system. They want to come back in one piece. Their safety is the paramount issue here. And that's really what's being tested, right? That there's so many little pieces and so many millions of little things that could go wrong, right? This is a controlled explosion pointing down. There's a lot more ways this could go wrong than right. And so getting this right the first time really opens up the door going forward to all the subsequent missions that are being planned ahead of this.
And that work begins almost immediately. There's going to be a moment, it's going to be about 20, 30 minutes where it's very intense, I would say high drama. I think a lot of tension as this rocket lifts off here at Kennedy Space Center. They're going to eventually get into, above the Earth's atmosphere there. And within a matter of hours, right, Casey, they begin to start getting the capsule ready. They begin to start doing the testing. They're not getting much sleep tonight, about 4.5 hours. That is all extremely prescribed by the NASA officials back on the ground.
And good luck making them sleep. This is what astronauts live for, is the opportunity to ride a capsule like this. Absolutely, for the first time. This will go down in the history books. It's not every day you get to launch to test out a new spacecraft, kick the tires in space, so to speak. And they're going to be kept very, very busy for the next 10 days. This is why they're astronauts. This is why we all get so excited. They really do and they aspire to be the best of us and reflect our ideals back to ourselves as not just, as they said, not just Americans, but Canadians and all of humanity.
Casey, we're also looking ahead, obviously, to day 5. If this lifts off as expected and we have the clock up here, less than an hour from now, 6:24 Eastern, as we're getting close to just about a half an hour away from that, 34 minutes and 13 seconds. On the 5th day is when they will basically be entering the lunar gravitational pull, right? They will be pulled by the moon more than the Earth, and that is when this swing around the far side of the moon is going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to look spectacular, too. They're going to have HD video for all of us to ride along with them. We have all this infrastructure that's been built up over the last 50 years to receive and have this high-speed rate of telecommunications, right, beyond the moon. We don't have GPS there. We don't have really communication satellites. This is going to, but we've been having the technology now to be able to share that with everybody compared to the kind of the grainy photos and videos of Apollo. They will have a view that no other human being has ever seen, which not isn't just the back of the moon, the far side of the moon, but the far side of the moon and the Earth as a globe together. That will be absolutely spectacular. It'll be the first 4 pairs of eyeballs ever to see that in millions of years of human history, and we get to share that with them. This is why it's historic. Sure. It also reminds us, again, like when we do things in space, I think that really engages the broader public and the broader world as, you know, this is the best of us. And to do these types of things doesn't happen by accident. This is the product of millions of hours, billions of dollars of effort on behalf of people around the world.
And to your point, Casey, while these 4 astronauts we've been looking at in Orion, in the capsule, are having the eyes of the world on them, it's a massive team effort. There are so many people involved to get them to this point. Casey Dreyer, we're so glad to have you with us. Thank you very much for being here for our NBC News special coverage. Gotti, I'll get to you because Casey makes a point, and we're taking a live look here. So again, we think getting close to that 30-minute hold. We know it's at this point you can see 32 minutes until that launch window opens. Remember, they've got a 2-hour window here, Gotti, and there were some questions around this battery issue that they had been looking at. Do we have, and if the answer is no, that's fine. Do we have any clarity on that?
Yeah. The answer is right now they're talking about cryofill, and it's funny because as soon as you come to one of us, any of your other reporters are putting in their earphones to listen to the NASA stream right now. But the last that they're talking about is cryofill.
If they're giving an update, we can listen in, Gotti. Hang on a second. Let me ask our team here. If it's not a pre-recorded video, let's dip in first.
It sounded like, yeah, I think
it's a pre-recorded video, Gotti. So.
Yeah, the good news is the vibes, as you have described them, are pretty chill. We don't hear a lot of the nervousness or the, something is amiss in the tone of their voice. And so we heard that battery issue a little bit earlier. We heard another issue. And you got to remember, I mean, this is a massive 27-story rocket with so many components, more components than you can list. Like, I was looking it up. I was trying to find out how many pieces make up the SLS. NASA, with all of their engineers, does not have a total count for the public. The most I could find was the Space Shuttle program. They had 2.5 million parts. And that's probably pretty comparable to what we're seeing here. So again, this is a system that humans have put together out of millions and millions of parts to create these controlled explosions as humans sit on top of them and then, get propelled by 8 million pounds of thrust, basically riding this explosion up into space. So those astronauts that are sitting there, many have been in a similar situation before. In these launch windows, they know that there are going to be these little systems that are flagged, that come up, and then eventually, usually are given a green light. But again, the weather right now, up to 90%. And right now, they are continuing on that cryofill stage, which is when they're putting the liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen into those fuel tanks. Now, Hallie, this is where I'm so excited about talking about the moon.
Well, let me just say, too, Gotti, I love your excitement. Let me just make sure people know. We are 30 minutes out. We are 30 minutes until the launch, half an hour until this launch window opens for what will be potentially this historic mission to the moon for Artemis 2. As you know, Gotti, we haven't done this since the early 70s. It's a huge moment for humanity, for America, and for Canadians.
And so many people are like, well, why the moon? It has to do with cryofill, okay? Liquid oxygen and a liquid hydrogen. Yeah. That's what they're filling the tanks up with right now. And that is jet fuel. Well, why are we going to the moon? One of the big reasons is because we want to put a base on the lunar South Pole. What do they have there? Ice. And what is ice made out of? Water. And what is water? H2O, hydrogen and oxygen. That is the stuff of jet fuel. So that is a big reason. Hopefully the moon's going to be a gas station pretty soon.
Gotti, love you. Appreciate that. I want you to stand by, but I want to go to Aaron Gilchrist, who's actually there. He is live down near the Kennedy Space Center. I don't expect you to talk about the liquid propulsion state situation, gas station on the moon here. This is a huge moment, though. We showed the astronauts on the International Space Station who are watching their fellow astronauts getting ready to launch here in less than 30 minutes. We've got this question on this battery issue they were looking at, Aaron, but it is a packed house where you are.
You're absolutely right. I mean, this is the moment where the excitement starts to come to a crescendo, right? Everybody is anticipating that this launch window is going to open and that we're going to see a launch tonight. And there is a ton of excitement building. I'll tell you, the Trekkie in me is trying to contain himself right now because suddenly the science fiction that I love becomes science reality when we get to see this rocket launch. So I just want to give you a lay of the land of where we are right now. This is the vehicle assembly building right behind me here. That's where they put the rocket together along with the spacecraft. And you can see the entire Artemis 2 assembly, the entire stack off in the distance, maybe you can see it a little bit. That's about 4 miles away from where we're standing right now. And so when this rocket takes off, we are going to see a spectacular sight. We talked about the explosion that you're going to see, right? We also talk about the boom that you're going to hear. I've been told, I haven't seen a rocket launch from here before, but I've been told that every alarm on the cars in this parking lot will go off once the rocket takes off here and that sonic boom comes down. And we anticipate that it will be a spectacular sight. The big countdown clock that we've been watching is right over here, 27 minutes, 33 seconds now. This is where all the press is assembled. And you may not be able to see it well here, but there are camera crews from all over the world that have lined up as close as they can get to the water here that leads over to the launch pad. There are cameras up here where we are too. Everybody wants to be able to capture that moment. I've been told that I shouldn't try to do it with my phone. Don't look at it through my phone. I just need to watch this rocket launch with my own 2 eyes, and it'll be an amazing sight we anticipate here tonight, Allie.
Go old school in this high-tech moment, Aaron. Just you, the rocket, space flight for humanity. Thanks, pal. Hey, let me ask you to stand by, but I want to dip into this NASA stream because the NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman, is giving a live briefing. Let's listen in for a minute.
I mean, the velocities that spacecraft is going to re-enter at, it's going to be new territory for us. We want to get our arms around that completely. So I would say the performance of SLS plus Orion is everything on this one. We want to make sure we do it in as a safe way as we possibly can, understanding what we are undertaking right here. Bring our crew back, learn as much we can from the vehicle, set up for Artemis 3 in 2027.
Right. And Administrator, we've actually had a pretty young audience today here, some kids running around the balcony. How do you hope Artemis 2 inspires that next generation?
You know, I talk about this all the time. Like, one of our overarching KPIs that we should always be tracking is the number of people living and working in space. Well, you know what's another strong number 2 on that one? It's the number of kids that are dressing up as astronauts for Halloween so that they grow up, that they're inspired to want to join in this grand endeavor, whether they come work with us here at NASA or they join in industry, but they're helping humankind venture out farther, pursue all the secrets of the universe.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of kids dressed as astronauts this year. And finally, Jared, you've really made it a personal mission to get to know the people behind the work at NASA. Do you have any final thoughts, any final words before today's history-making launch?
Yeah, well, one, I want to express a lot of appreciation. I'll tell you what, the 4 astronauts on top of Artemis 2 know this. It takes an army to pull a mission together like this, right across all 10 of our centers, all of our commercial partners, the international partners.
Jared Isaacman, they're answering some questions from the team on the ground as we are now less than 30 minutes, 25 minutes to be exact, until the potential liftoff of Artemis 2. Again, that's when the launch window opens. We've got Aaron Gilchrist, who's back with us alongside Gotti Shores. We've got about a minute left before the rest of our team picks up our special coverage. Aaron, what's the thing you are most excited to see? And you can't say the liftoff itself besides that.
And I'm reminded by my producer, Juliet, that I actually have seen a launch before. This one is going to be so different, though. I'm struck by the fact that anybody under 55 years old has not been able to see a launch to the moon. So this is going to be just a spectacular moment in history to witness with our own eyes, whether we're here in Florida or if you're watching on television. This is going to be something that so many of us have never seen before.
Gotti, you have 10 seconds. Go.
Look, we are all about to become the Artemis generation. What humans are about to do, going to the moon and beyond and becoming interplanetary, is about to happen. No more Gen Z, no more Gen Alpha, no more boomers. We're all Artemis, and it's about to happen now.
Gotti, Aaron, thank you. Thank you all for watching. We've got much more of our NBC News special coverage picking up right now. Stay with us.
This is an NBC News special report. Artemis 2, Journey to the Moon. Here is Tom Yamas.
And good evening. We are coming to you live tonight from the Kennedy Space Center right here in Florida for the historic launch of the Artemis 2 mission. The final countdown is on. Just minutes from now, we'll see 4 astronauts lift off on a journey around the moon. It is the first time NASA has sent humans into deep space since 1972, and this crew will lay eyes on parts of the moon's far side that no human has seen with their own eyes. Today's journey setting the stage for NASA's return to the moon, a goal slated for sometime in 2028. On board the spacecraft, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Koch, and Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Tonight's highly anticipated launch has been months in the making. NASA has cameras capturing every angle inside the capsule, and what you're looking at now showing the Space Launch System, the SLS. You're going to hear that phrase a lot today. It is the most powerful booster in the world, 32 stories tall. We're about 5 minutes right now from a critical moment when the launch director polls the team to ensure they are a, quote, go for launch. We're going to bring you every single moment live as it happens. And joining us here at the Kennedy Space Center tonight to watch this historic moment unfold, today co-host Al Roker, NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello, and we're so honored to have former NASA astronaut Steve Robinson. Steve, I'm going to start with you here. You have been in this moment, maybe not like this mission, but you have been there ready to lift off. What's going through the astronauts' heads right now?
Well, they're very glad after years and years of preparation. The total astronaut training in this crew amounts to 60 years of these 4 people. They are ready to go. They're looking forward to it, and the thrust is going to be amazing.
Yeah. Tom Costello, they have been together for 3 years training for this moment. This is a moment that we have not seen since the 70s, more than 50 years. And this really is the first critical step in what could be the new space race, and maybe it starts right now.
I think that's right. I think what you talk to the NASA administrators, you talk to the astronauts, they say this is the new Artemis generation. We had the Apollo generation, and Artemis, by the way, is the twin Greek god of Apollo, and they are literally taking it to the next step, taking a page from Apollo and moving on. And these astronauts, I've interviewed them all. I know that we've all met them before. They are impressive. They are smart. They are nice. And they are really up to this job. They've been training together for 3 years. They are very tight.
And Tom, remind our viewers, they have named their capsule a special name. What is the name and what is the meaning behind it?
Integrity. And you may say, well, why would you name a capsule Integrity? And I asked, Commander Reed Wiseman that question. He said, because we believe it is critical to who we are and what our mission is. And he said, we are always telling each other we've got to remain in integrity. And they say, if I screw up, if I have a moment where I'm a little selfish or self-centered, I have to say, wait, I'm out of integrity. I need to bring it back. And so that is what they have called their Orion space capsule, Integrity.
At last check, we were a 90% go from mission control for a liftoff. Al Roker is joining us. We were speaking about the gods here with Tom Costello. I'm thinking about the weather gods, and,
yes.
And Alec could not be better, right?
They are smiling right now, Tom. In fact, as you look there at the SLS, there are 3 600-foot towers. Those are lightning attractors, lightning rods, basically. They also have weather instruments on them. They're monitoring them closely, but the weather is not a problem. Right now, 76 degrees, southeasterly winds at 9 miles per hour, 14-mile-per-hour wind gust, well within the parameters of launch. Right now, we got a sea breeze of maybe up to 20 miles per hour, pushing the showers inland. But as you can see, most of them are well to the west, and so the clouds clearing for the East Coast. It's going to be just a spectacular night of viewing as far as the weather is concerned.
Tom, when we talk about engineering, innovation, ambition, it all comes together in the SLS. Explain to our viewers why this is so different, why it's so special, as we can see it to the left of us right here.
Yeah, and they are clearly borrowing pieces of the shuttle program and Apollo. This is the biggest, most powerful rocket, most powerful, I should say, that NASA's ever put together, right? And so they are borrowing that core, you saw that core rocket, right? That looks like a piece of the shuttle. That's kind of the same concept, liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen. The boosters on the side, those 2 white boosters, those are like sticks of dynamite. You target that thing, and they're going to go.
And Steve, this is a 10-day mission. They're going to take off here. This first day, obviously, very critical as we get closer and closer to that check. If they are a go, again, that's going to happen around 6:07. We're going to bring that to you live. But these first critical minutes are so important as they try to leave the Earth's orbit, try to make sure everything works. up until the 3 hours later where that capsule essentially comes off.
You're looking at a crew that has years of experience as military test pilots. They couldn't have chosen better because this is a test mission in so many ways, but it's a test of both the humans and the spacecraft.
Tom, we have breaking news, if I could.
Yeah, come on in.
They have now cleared the battery issue. You may recall they were working 2 issues a few moments ago. They've now cleared both of them, which suggests, and the weather, as you said, is good, which suggests they're going forward.
So far, there are no roadblocks as it seems right now. We still have a few minutes, about 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes before this happens. But right now, we're at 90% for a go. We look at this massive rocket, right, Steve? And it is huge. And Tom has described this to us, 32 stories tall and all that. But where these actual astronauts are going to be are only about the size of 2 minivans. And they're going to be together for 10 days. How do they do this?
Well, they've been training together for years. Believe me, you get to know your crew better probably than your own family. They've seen you at your best and they have seen you at your worst, and you can still work together and complement each other's talents.
Al, the famous book, the famous movie, The Right Stuff, you had a chance to sit with these astronauts and talk to them. This is an incredible group, and a lot of firsts, too, for NASA and for America.
That's right. First Canadian, first woman, first African-American going to around the moon, which is going to be spectacular. But each one of them, if you bring that up, they say that's not the important thing. The important thing is they are going up together. They're going up to prepare for Artemis 3, and the integrity, again, to their capsule name, is their driving mission. But they also said that this is important to them because they want people to look at this as we can still do great big things. And that's so important.
Yeah, and just like President Kennedy essentially gave an instruction manual, if you will, to the country on what we could do if we put our minds to it, the Artemis mission hopes to do even more than that, right? Circle the moon, land on the moon, build a lunar colony, and then essentially one day, Tom Costello, you can explain this because this gets very complicated, and it's very far away, one day go to Mars from the moon.
Yeah, that's right. The idea here is that you cannot get to Mars with simply by coming from Earth. The breaking out of the Earth's gravitational pull is too hard. You've got to go to the moon, use a moon base, and then eventually go to Mars. But listen, this is not going to happen overnight. I mean, if you talk to anybody, any of the engineers who are in the depth of this, they will tell you this is probably decades away. And they're now talking about going to Mars using a nuclear engine. Not necessarily the rocket fuel that is currently loaded up, but a nuclear engine. That's a new generation of technology. So don't expect that we're talking about this happening, in the next 10 years or so. But they are talking about building this lunar base, making it a habitat for science, and then building that out and eventually using that to move on to Mars.
And Steve, as we wait, and I'm going to talk to our control room here, it's the 6:07 mark. Have they already asked the team yet if they are a go? I want to make sure that has happened. It was supposed to happen around this mark. It still hasn't happened. We get a rundown, right, from NASA. They give it to us minute by minute, almost second by second. But sometimes it's a little off, right? They have to make sure everything's in place. And it might say 6:07 on paper, but the rundown is written in pencil.
They're called built-in holds, exactly for that. Nobody's done this before. So we think we know how long it's going to take, but there's that wiggle room. And then again, the launch window is 2 hours long.
The mission commander, the pilot, talk to us about the roles that they hold in this mission here.
The commander is the leader of the team and the person who is going to make the hard decisions if there are any to make, and there will be, on this mission. This mission will be full of surprises. All missions are, and especially first missions. Reed Wiseman is exactly the right person to make those big decisions, and he always brings in other people's opinions. They will work as a team under his leadership. And Vic Glover gets to actually act as a test pilot in a vehicle that nobody has ever flown before.
Yeah.
What could be more in line with exactly who that man is?
Pretty incredible. Reed Wiseman, Youth Sports, Tom Costello. There's a thing called the hype dad. He's the dad who comes together and gets everyone pumped up about it. He is essentially the hype dad on this mission. When he comes out in interviews, he's just so excited, and he wants to get the country excited about this.
I think he is a very impressive man. I mean, his resume is very impressive. He clearly has leadership capabilities. From a personal perspective, he lost his wife to cancer. He is a single father to 2 daughters, and they told the story today that when he went to them and said he'd been selected as the commander for this mission, he was worried that they may not want him to go. Instead, they said, you've got to go. And the next morning, he woke up, and they had made him moon cupcakes, forcing his trip to the moon.
Incredible. And then, Al, Jeremy Hansen, the Canadian, the biggest human inside the capsule. And he's got a sense of humor. He says, I'm the only Canadian and I've never been to space. So if this doesn't work out, they're going to blame Canada. So he's got a sense of humor going into there. But what an incredible opportunity, right, to join America and to go up into space in this mission.
Absolutely. And they are bonded by this brotherhood, sisterhood, of everybody. And we're hearing the mission control talking right now.
Guys, we're going to listen for a second. I want to see if they're going to ask the crew if they're ready. All right, it sounds like we're not there yet. Again, we're waiting for the moment the launch director is going to pull the team to say they are a go. Steve, sort of peel back the curtain for us. Why is that part so important? There's so much technology on this. They're constantly talking. Why do you need that verbal confirmation?
The technology, most of it is couched in software that is new. We need human brains, human intellect, and the human ability to both predict what's going to happen next, even if we've never seen it before, and then be ready for it by the time you get there. That's what humans do way better than software.
Yeah. Tom, so many of these launches we've done lately have felt like it's been private space travel, private space exploration, SpaceX, Blue Origin, and yet we're here for NASA. This is a huge moment for NASA.
It's a big moment for NASA because the SLS is essentially the next generation of Apollo, right? You went from the Saturn V into this rocket, but make no mistake about it. NASA knows they cannot get to the moon without the private sector. So now this sets up a big superpower competition, if you will, between Elon Musk, SpaceX, and Jeff Bezos with Blue Origin. NASA doesn't yet have the spaceship to get down to the lunar surface. So now it's told these two, you compete. You guys come up with the best ship, and you better do it fast because we need you in 2 years. So they are really working hard. Here at the Kennedy Space Center, you've got the architecture, huge assembly facilities for both SpaceX and Blue Origin. Can I tell you, I'm listening right now, ground systems, and so far the launch teams are all going forward with this.
Okay, have we crossed that threshold where they've given the official go?
They're about to pull them now.
Okay, let's listen in.
A chance to review the findings, and they do not have any constraints from either a CIS or MER manager perspective.
Okay, copy all. And launch director, NTD, you copy?
Yes, sir. I copy. That's good news.
OTC CCL 212.
OTC.
ARS primary loop isolation valve configuration is complete.
Copy.
Steve, if you can, kind of walk us through, and we'll do the sort of the golf voice as we're waiting for them to hit the putt. But obviously, in this case, the stakes are so much higher.
TLS copies.
The back and forth that we're hearing now. Talk to us. We'll translate for us.
Personnel, we got a little bit more work to do before we pick up the clock, and we're about a little over a minute from getting to T-minus 10 minutes. But we've canceled the resume time there, and then we'll pick it up after we get through all of our work and anything else that we need to do to get through the remainder of counts. So we'll continue working that to get to our T0 today. So when
sounds
we get
like we checked it at the right time.
About 50 seconds from now, we'll extend that hold.
Okay, we're going to have a little bit of an extended hold. All the different checks and reconfigurations are taking a little bit longer than they had expected. But really, that would have been the shortest time. That's why these built-in holds are there.
Yeah.
So this is absolutely normal. There's actually no problems that they've mentioned. So it just means that they're going to stretch out that hold time a little bit. So we're probably not going to launch in 10 minutes and 30 seconds. It'll be a couple minutes more.
Yeah, Tom, you've done so many of these launches. These things happen. Again, as Steve pointed out, nothing serious. It's just, again, the rundown's written in pencil. You get these holds. Maybe you hit them, maybe you don't. Nothing like this has ever been done before. And again, we can't stress to our viewers enough, humans have never been on this rocket. This is the first.
That's right. And so you've got 4 lives that are depending on this to work well. And everybody in the launch facility, the launch control center, to do their jobs and to be looking for any issues whatsoever. Listen, it's a 2-hour window. It opens at 6:24. They don't have to go at 6:24. They can take any time during that. However, there are 16 minutes of windows in the launch window that they cannot launch because they've got issues. For example, it may be orbiting space junk, right? It may be a conflict of some type. So even though they've got a 2-hour window, there are little blips within that 2-hour window that they can't go. So this is really down to the millisecond of planning.
Yeah, Al, before we're going to take a station break and talk to our stations, I'm feeling the wind. The wind was a little bit of a concern, but it's okay so far, right?
It's really all right. It's all good. And again, the precipitation, anything of any concern, has moved far enough west. It's not a problem. So all in all, it's pretty good. And the other thing, to Tom's point, this is all a shakeout cruise. I mean, they're doing all this kind of testing.
All right, Al, thanks for that. I want to pause for a moment to let some stations join our coverage.
T-10 hold, and that's a normal hold, I believe.
Yep. Welcome to our viewers just joining us. We are moments away from the historic launch of the Artemis 2 that you see right there. 4 NASA astronauts about to lift off on a journey around the moon. With more for this launch, Tom Costello joins me along with Al Roker and former astronaut Steve Robinson. Tom, get us up to speed there. I know you were just talking to your producer here, Jay Blackman.
Yeah.
We have a hold, a 10-minute hold here. That's why the countdown is not going down anymore.
Yeah, that's right. And pardon me, I've got NASA in one ear. I'm trying to monitor their conversations. This is not unusual. Stand by.
Hertz measurements correct, so we would have had to lose it for...
So a lot of this is just normal process, and they built in holds into their countdown. That's normal to run diagnostics, to double check all of the telemetry, to make sure that there's nothing that they're working that should hold them up. This is, we should make the point, unlike the space station, when they had to launch and then they have to rendezvous with the station, they're trying to hit a moving target with the station, right? Yeah. There's no moving target here, and that's why the window is wider. They've got to go into an orbit around Earth, a high orbit, then they got to fire the rocket and head towards the moon at about Mach 33. 24,000 miles per hour. So they've got a little wiggle room here, and they just want to make sure that they don't get rushed into a scenario.
And Steve, the astronauts obviously trained for this. They know these delays are going to happen. They have to be so ready to go for this moment, but at the same time, they have to remain calm. And people say on launch day, the astronauts are the most calm out there.
Oh, I've been there. I've waited for things to happen. I've climbed back out of the seat and got back in the bus and drove back and waited another 3 weeks. I had one mission that we had 17 launch dates. So, but believe me, going to the moon requires patience and integrity. And these people are, and I don't just mean the crew, I mean everybody here that we're listening to on the loops and all the people who are responsible to make this rocket. That's really what they mean by integrity, having the patience to do it correctly and safely.
Yeah, and you want to get it right because, like you said, you got to be safe, Tom. And this has been delayed, right? I mean, the first time they came in, they thought, you're listening in? Let's listen in.
I think we should listen in right now.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead
clean
and just verify
telemetry,
everybody has
and he's
everything
polling.
else complete, launch director. And if we do, we'll be ready to pick up the poll at that time, unless there's something else that you're aware of.
No, sir. Let's verify all our work is complete, and I would like one last check of our constraints list.
All right, let's
That's
see.
Charlie
OTC,
Blackwell
still,
Thompson. She's the launch director.
She's making history.
She is the first woman to hold that job.
Yeah, OTC, this is CBSC. That 400 step 290 is complete. Copy.
Okay, so OTC, you're complete with all of your work?
That's affirmed.
All right, copy that. STC?
STC is complete.
And GTC?
GTC is complete.
Okay, excellent. All right, and LPE, just want to verify we have no open constraints at this time.
No open constraints. We have a clear board, sir.
Okay, tracking the same here.
Clear board.
And launch director, with that, we are clear and ready to pick up the launch readiness poll.
It's her call now.
Go.
All right, sir. I am go for the poll.
All right. And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis 2 launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC.
GC is go.
STC.
STC is go.
GTC.
C's go.
MCO.
CO's go.
Safety console.
The safety console is go.
LPE.
LPE's go.
RTD.
RTD's go.
Houston flight.
Houston flight is go.
ROC.
ROC is go.
And CDR.
Cruise go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reed. And launch director, NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the launch director performing the final poll for launch, verifying no constraints, and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. and Artemis MMT Chair.
MMTs go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good here with Charlie PLT. Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families. MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2. This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity. All right, Charlie, your Artemis 2 crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go. And into the launch director.
Go ahead, Launch Director.
Yes, sir. You have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR NTD.
Go.
Gear risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going to work.
Copy. CVSE NTD. Start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
Copy and work.
Thank you. RSR NTD.
RSR.
All right, perform the booster ignition SNA arm rotation. Enable at this time, please.
RSR in work.
So we witnessed quite a moment there, Steve. I want you to kind of walk us through what we've been hearing. It just speaks to the dozens of teams that are working on this. Everyone has to say it's a go. Everything was clear. Right before they started, you said, wow, because they said the board was cleared. What did that mean?
There are no launch commit criteria that they're working, or that it's all clear. So there no problems that would keep us from launching is what they said. And couldn't you hear a little bit of the excitement and emotion in each of those voices as they went through the leaders of this whole pyramid?
When we heard inside of Integrity, which is the name of the capsule, it was interesting. It was the Canadian astronaut who I think said it best, Al. Yeah. He said, we're doing this for humanity, and we all kind of said, wow.
It's really literally sent shivers, I think, down everybody's spine, goosebumps, because that, in the end of the day, is what, because to your point, Tom, you mentioned it's taken hundreds of thousands of people all around the world who have put their hands, literally, on that SLS.
Charlie Blackwell Thompson, Tom, she knows the magnitude of this moment. We heard it in her voice, and she had some inspiring words for that crew before they lift off.
I've talked to her several times, and she said that she, as a little girl, watched Apollo landing on the moon. They rolled that black and white TV into her classroom, and that was the moment that she went home and told her family, I want to do that someday. And she was a little girl. And the reaction was, okay, sweetie, that may not be a job for you. She's been determined since she was a little girl, and she's running the show right now.
About to make history. Steve, talk to our viewers. Explain the countdown again. Still hasn't started yet. We're still in that 10-minute mark. What's going on right now?
They're kind of shifting over to getting the rocket actually ready to go. So there's
arming, pressurizing, doing the whole checklist.
Exactly. Inside the cockpit now, you heard the visors down. So the helmets come down. They do an air purge with pure oxygen. So now they're breathing pure oxygen.
Yeah, I don't know if we have Ryan Chandler. If we do, I'd love to go to him because I know he's with a lot of space fans out there on the beach watching this. It was interesting as we were listening to this and as they were giving the poll and everyone was saying to go, we could hear cheers sporadically around where we are here at the Kennedy Space Center, and I think people were hearing maybe a beat earlier than we were. Ryan's live for us now. Ryan, what's the mood like where you are?
Tom, you're so right. I mean, it is a hot Florida evening, and I got full body chills when I heard those speeches come there. This is the best seat in the house on this beautiful afternoon. Hundreds of thousands of people flocking to the region just to see this with their own eyes. We've met people from all across the world, from Brazil, Costa Rica, London, Canada. all coming here just to see this. You really get a sense, talking to so many people, that this is a slice of humanity that cuts through generations. We met people who have never seen this before, who have hoped for this day for their entire lives, and others, the family they came with, who remember the golden days of Apollo, and this brings them right back to that full circle moment. You really feel standing here in anticipation that we are about to witness history, and all these people are in good spirits as we await the final seconds, Tom.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very good point, Ryan. Thank you. I want to bring in Gadi Schwartz now. Gadi was so instrumental in explaining one of the concerns they had earlier today, maybe a couple of hours ago, when there was something. Oh, there's a big moment now. It looks like the countdown clock is about to resume. I'm being told by our control room, and there it is. We're less than 10 minutes away from taking off. You can hear cheers all around the Kennedy Space Center. This is incredible. Gadi, I do want to go back to you because they're about to do something very important, which is arm the flight termination system. And earlier in the day, that had caused a little bit of problems. Explain to our viewers exactly what that is and why that's so important. Again, no problems as of late.
Yeah, it's so important, and yet something that we will not be needing here. So I've got my little model here. This is the SLS, right? And so the flight termination system, basically, not only are we putting humans on the top of this 30-some story rocket and then having a controlled explosion on the bottom, there are also strategically placed bombs throughout this rocket ship that basically are there just in case things go wrong, and the capsule has to eject. It's pulled off by this system up at the top, and the astronauts would be safely pulled away, and then the parachutes would deploy, and then this thing would need to blow up in the sky to basically come down in small enough pieces so that no one here on Earth gets hurt. But that's just some of those systems that you don't even think about when you see that majestic stack sitting there on the launch pad ready to go. But Tom, I just got to say, I mean, we got 8 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock. Up until now, so many of us have gone outside and we've looked up at the moon, that moon that we all share here on Earth, and we've thought in awe, wow, humans have gone up there. And then we think, wait, why have we not gone back there? Like, what's going on? Today, that may end. Today, when we look up at the moon, we may see that beautiful shape and think, we are going there. And that might change forever. This might be a thing. This might be a defining moment for humanity. Establishing an ongoing presence on the moon opens up the solar system for us. And it's just incredible to see. We've got 7 minutes, 53 seconds to go.
Gadi, I'm going to Gadi, you're putting it so poetically, but I'm going to interrupt you for a second. We're moving the arm now, as you can see, one of the first major steps here as we're so close. If your kids are outside, if you're trying to tell them they have to go take a bath, now is not the time. 6:35 is the new time we have for liftoff. It's going to happen, as you see in that countdown, in less than 8 minutes, 7 minutes and about 30 seconds right now. You're going to witness history in this country. It's going to be quite the moment, and Gadi was making that point as well. And Tom, so many are going to be watching our coverage, and they're going to be asking, why has it taken more than 50 years after we put an American on the moon?
Well, there are a lot of reasons to that. I mean, the short answer is America decided we'd spend enough. We went there, been there, done that, and we wanted to spend money on domestic programs. And then, oh, by the way, why don't we build out the shuttle program and really try to own low Earth orbit and do science in low Earth orbit? But as we've said, this is the biggest, most powerful rocket NASA has ever built. And when you see this thing light, let me give you the stats here, because this is awe-inspiring. Yeah. It will be 8.8 million pounds of thrust when this thing goes up, 3.5 million pounds of thrust in each of the booster rockets there. And these core engines are equipped with, they've been upgraded to produce 418,000 pounds of thrust. What does that mean? It means it's going to send it at 17,000 miles per hour into a very high orbit around the Earth. They'll spend a day there, and then they really light the fire, and they kick into Mach 33, 24,000 miles, headed all the way to the moon.
And Al, I think in about 6 days from now, if I'm correct, I think it's April 6th, maybe 5 days from now, they're going to look out their window, and they're going to see the moon. It's going to be the size of a basketball.
I know. And it's kind of, it's really mind-boggling when you think about it. And the fact that they are going to be the first humans to put eyes on certain parts of the dark side of that moon. And you know, to your point, Tom, about why we haven't done it, you know, listen, a lot of people think, oh, all this money being spent. Well, the fact of the matter is our lives right now, technologically, are due to advances that were made during the space program, from GPS to the way the materials that power our cars, all those things. And who knows what we're going to develop at the technology as Artemis continues to move further.
I think even to the device that has fed so many journalists, the microwave, as well. Just
the weather satellites. And the weather satellites. Thank you,
Steve. As we close in on 5 minutes here, there are a couple key things that are still needing to happen, right? Where they have to burn off the hydrogen igniters. I mean, still some major sort of technical issues. This is very important these next 5 minutes.
Well, one thing they're doing right now is pressurizing the core stage tanks, and that means is the fuel will be able to actually flow to the rocket engines. That's essential. But you're also looking for leaks. You're looking for temperature excursions. The turbo pumps that press the propellants, you've got a fuel and an oxidizer into the engines, have to work perfectly.
And then, Tom, I want you to walk us through what we're going to see right at liftoff. We know it's going to be incredible when it lifts off the ground.
Yeah.
From there, at some point, those two massive rockets, right, attached to it, the SLS, are going to break off.
That's right. The boosters separate at 2 minutes and 8 seconds into the rocket lifting off. A key phrase to listen for to the viewers out there, it's called max Q. That means the maximum dynamic pressure on this rocket structure. That's at about 1 minute and 10 seconds into flight. Then again, at about 2:08, the rocket boosters separate out. And then at about 8 minutes and 6 seconds, the core stage and the main engine cutoff occurs. That's a critical moment. I always keep holding my breath until we actually have that core stage, main engine cutoff, because that's when you know that they should be safe in space.
From the rundown that we have here, right, the RS-25 engine startup.
Yeah.
That right there, Steve, what is that going to feel like? What's that going to sound like? Will the astronauts themselves know we're ready to take off in a few minutes?
Those
few
four
seconds,
RS,
I should say.
yeah, yes, if those RS-425s will start about 6 seconds before you leave the ground, and you can feel that rumble come right up through the rocket. Now, you're covered with so much stuff, you don't hear it quite so much, but you definitely feel it. And when the solid rocket boosters light, you are flung off the ground. It's not soft.
Steve, I want you to listen for a second and tell us what we're hearing here.
Helium purge, Steve, just occurred.
Okay. So helium is used to push some of the propellant into the plumbing.
GLS is go for purge sequence.
And so that's a normal.
At what point does if you're a person of faith and you're an astronaut, at what point does the praying start? Is it right before liftoff, or I know this team has been praying for 3 years together.
It's when you tell your family that you're going to fly in space.
From that moment on.
That's when, that's when everything gets serious. Let me be clear about something. These people are not worried. These people are not anxious. They're not stressed. They dealt with the magnitude of this event and the risk that goes with it long ago. And so right now they're focused on the mission. They're glad to be there. It is their life dream coming true. It would be anybody's in this business.
But you mentioned the families, though, Steve, and that should not get lost. I'm looking over at the NASA building. I see friends and family right now looking from the top of the NASA building right there on the balcony. These families have to be holding their breath. I know they are.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I was on the mission after Columbia.
In fact, I think that's what Christina Koch said for our families.
Yeah.
And Drew Feustel said the same thing. It's hard on the families. So if you want to look for heroes in this business, don't look to the astronauts. Look at their families. Those are the heroes.
Jeremy Hansen had to have, he said, a very adult conversation with his teenagers about the very distinct possibility he wouldn't come back.
Yeah.
And that they had to go on without him. Obviously, everybody has done everything they can to ensure that they do come back, but they've had to have those conversations with family members, including their teenage kids.
We're about 90 seconds from launch. We're gonna give over the airwaves, if you will, voluntarily to NASA, because we want to listen as soon as they start speaking again right now. Let's listen in.
It's really good news.
1 minute.
GLS is go for ALS.
$25, 20, 15, 10.
GLS is go for core stage engine start.
Integrity, good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch. Integrity, AMT high. Integrity through max Q on, pumps fully on.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on pumps fully on.
Have you the same? Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
If you are joining our special coverage right now of NBC News of the Artemis 2 launch, you have just witnessed history with all of us and all of America that is watching. Guys, what an incredible moment. At first, you see that ball of fire. Yes. It takes a second, then you hear it, and then lift off. Feel it. And you feel it. And guys, a reason to look up right now, just a reason to look up, and cheers from everyone here at the Kennedy Space Center. And incredible, but something very important just happened. We saw the two rockets, right? They detached, Tom, and we're waiting on another critical moment in just a few minutes.
That's right. So keep your eyes on that clock right now. I'm looking over my shoulder. We're 3:13 into flight. We're going to wait for 8:06. That's going to be when the core stage, we have main engine cutoff. And as I said earlier, I always hold my breath until we have that, but they are off to a great start. While we are cheering here on the ground, and literally the building is shaking. In typical NASA speak, they're understated. All systems nominal. That means it's all great.
Yeah, business as usual. The skies over Florida, the skies then over Georgia and beyond. Seeing Artemis and this Integrity capsule enter space. Steve, at this point right now, what are the astronauts doing inside the capsule? Holding on?
You expect me to have words right now?
You've been to space. You've been to space.
And that's why.
And it still gets you.
Oh, of course it does. Yeah. Anybody who's been to space would find that to be just a beautiful example of human audaciousness. So the crew is enjoying themselves right now. They're watching their systems. They're feeling the pressure. It's very rough on the solid rocket boosters until they come off, and now it's a smooth, accelerating ride.
Al, it was incredible, right? Clear blue skies, and you could just see it.
Yeah, I mean,
lift off from Earth and just shake us.
But the flame, it's one of those things that television, no matter what you watch, and our crews are terrific and the technology, but to see that flame in person, it's brighter than anything I've ever looked at with my naked eye.
Yeah. Tom, you had seen obviously this takeoff before. This is the first time with humans, though. Can you tell just from your human eye the power of it? I mean, did it look different? Does it sound any different?
I would say it feels different. Yeah. You know, because the truth is the Saturn V rocket, I wasn't here for that, but that's actually taller, but this is more powerful. Yeah. And it shook the building here. Good comms, that's critical. They reported all good comms. You don't want to be going up into space with bad comms. Yeah. The other important note here is that Reed Weissman told Houston it was a great view.
Oh, you love to hear that. And speaking of views, Tom, what are we looking at right now? Do we know some of these angles that NASA's providing here? What is this here? Is this the back of the SLS? Do we know?
So we are going to be getting multiple camera views. They're taking a page from SpaceX, which puts a camera on everything.
Right.
So NASA is now putting a camera on everything, and we are going to get the views, and I can't quite tell what that is, but we're going to be getting views from literally watching main engine cutoff. Again, that's going to happen at, where are we at, 5:36. We got 4 good engines right now. At 8:06 in, we'll have main engine cutoff, and then you will eventually, we expect, see the separation. Eventually, that's going to be the next main issue that we watch for very closely. Core stage separation at about 8:18.
So we're about 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes, Steve, from that. How complicated is that process? Because I don't want to say that's the whole kit and caboodle here, because we just saw an incredible thing happen, but it's so critical.
It is very critical. It's so critical that they've made it as simple as possible to have as few failure modes as you could have.
The other interesting point here, Tom, is that they're not physically doing anything other than just sitting back and watching. This is all automated, controlled from the ground. They have a joystick or a command stick, if you will. They can talk about the thrust and the roll, but for the most part, they don't need to. This is all automated.
And this is
a nominal shutdown.
Just we have right now showing our viewers here a visualization of what was going on there. And I'm going to ask the control room. That's the visualization of what the separation would look like. I think this is inside NASA as well.
You're looking out of the launch control room right there.
As they were looking right a little bit after takeoff, and actually this might be right now. We're seeing the kind of the same image over our heads as well. As we wait for this critical moment in about less than 2 minutes, which is the separation. And from that moment, Tom, that's when sort of the real business, again, what we just saw was incredible, but the real business into space starts and the journey around the Earth, because it's not directly to the moon. It's around the Earth and then around the moon.
That's right. And so they're going to spend, as I said, 24 hours in a high apogee, if you will, a high orbit around the Earth. Essentially, they want to create a huge elliptical loop, if I'm using the right term. Steve is going to correct me. That's going to put them in a huge loop around the moon. And then that allows them to go further.
Integrity, AOA open.
It allows them to go farther than any humans ever. So this is all about configuring for that move, and so far so good. So again, 8:06, we're going to see the core stage separate from the engine, and then we'll watch as Orion, once it's in orbit, they're going to deploy their solar arrays. That gives them power that they need.
And then, Tom, the rockets, as they break off, they fall into the Atlantic.
Yep.
We know. Oh, yeah, we fall into the Atlantic.
Yep.
And then this other piece, the other piece that just is going to separate now.
Yeah.
That also falls straight into the Atlantic. Okay.
In some ways, this is harkening back to the old days of Apollo, right? So, you know, SpaceX reuses some of their pieces.
Which is incredible technology, and it was a game changer. Yeah.
Amazing. But that's not what this is about. They're going to be dropping, they have dropped their SRBs, and then they're going to be also eventually dropping that course.
And it's right here. If we can watch this live right here.
Here we go.
Walk us through what's happening. Actually, let's listen in.
Separated.
Nominal main engine cutoff, so the 4 RS-25s have done their job. Now we've got stage separation from the core. That looks smooth as can be, just beautiful. And how wonderful to actually see that on video.
Yeah, and
in
again,
real time.
Since we're outside the NASA building, we hear the cheers about a second before we actually see them. They're a little bit ahead of us, but again, cheers for what we just witnessed there. It was a very quick shot, but you could see, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Steve, is it the capsule that is coming off, or what exactly is coming out?
The capsule and the service module.
Okay.
And leaving the core stage, the big that had all the fuel tanks in it.
And then part of the reason to circle the Earth before they head on their way to the moon is to make sure that the capsule is working, that everything is, that they can navigate, that they can drive this, that everything is working in perfect order.
Yeah, it's like going camping in your backyard before you go to Everest.
Just making sure everything works there. Tom, NASA's providing these visualizations, which this is not obviously what's happening right now, but these are ideas of what's happening, so we can sort of understand this is what it's going to look like right now.
Yeah, listen, I think that we are watching the latest cutting-edge technology at play. I mean, this is truly America at the cutting edge here, and I think it's important and relevant to take a moment and say, wow, we should be collectively, not as Americans, not as North Americans, but just as humans, proud of the achievement here. The humans have been able to do this, and we're about to go even further than ever before. It's exactly what they'd hoped for, setting the stage to eventually put humans on the moon.
And Al, in your interviews, I know when you spoke to the crew, they thought their ultimate goal was that this would be a moment of unity for the world.
Exactly, because and they said that over and over. This is not about them. This is about what we can do, how we can stretch those outer limits, what we can discover as we get ready to make that landing on the moon.
And they're so humble. I think in one of the interviews that you or Tom did, they said they would be happy if the next interview is with the next Artemis crew. And they want this just to keep going.
They almost want to be forgotten. They want to make their mark, get the job done, and then they want the spotlight on the next crew because they're going to go even further. You know, do you remember Apollo 10?
Yeah.
Most of us don't. We remember Apollo 11, right? Yes. But Apollo 10 set the stage for Apollo 11.
Ryan Chandler is with space fans out there witnessing this moment in history. Ryan, what was it like to watch from your vantage point there on the beach?
And for PWD setup, just a reminder, halfway open on the secondary.
Can you hear Ryan?
Well, Ryan is speechless.
No, I can't hear program
right now. Ryan, I don't know if Ryan can hear us.
4601.
The astronauts can
I
hear
think they're
NASA,
dialing
but
me
we're
in.
still okay. We're gonna try to get Ryan. It's live TV,
They're dialing
folks, and they're dialing back. We need a launch commander, I think, but we're good to go.
But you know, I think the other thing that's interesting, Tom, is that they are testing new things, including a brand new toilet. Which is very important. You know,
and I heard it's very cramped, from what I understand.
But you know, the toilet. Everybody kind of jokes at that. But you know, would you want to go to the moon without a working toilet?
Yeah,
it's a brand new technology. They want to make sure that works. They got a new water system they want to work. Brand new telemetry, brand new comms, a brand new deep space comms network. So there's an awful lot to test drive here before they send humans to the surface.
Jeremy Hansen, the Canadian who's on board this mission, said it's his first time in space. He hopes not to annoy his fellow astronauts because he's never really floated before. And he says that I'm sure he's so big it's going to get kind of annoying at first, but they'll get used to it. How hard is it once you're there and you're weightless?
Oh, you're very annoying. Oh, yeah. I bumped into everybody. But I have a special note of pride about Jeremy because I come from a Canadian family, too. So.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. Well, and if you can, I mean, what is it like, this moment like for Canada?
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? There have been very few Canadian astronauts. Every one of them is super special. I've known most of them. And Jeremy's an amazing guy. And can you imagine this being your first mission ever? Wow. Just what a wonderful guy, and he's representing an entire country. That section of humanity is very, very proud of him, and I am too.
And timing is everything in life, and what a great time for Canada and the U.S. to come together in a mission like this, and at a moment like this when the world is watching. I think we do have Ryan Chandler now. Systems are a go, from what I understand. Ryan, talk to us about what the space watchers out there are saying.
Tom, that was one of the most incredible things that I've ever seen, but the most interesting thing to me was not even looking at the rocket. It was looking this way at people's faces and seeing that raw reaction. So many people here, this is the first time they'd ever seen that in their life. it's seeing the mom embrace her kid and say, look, anything is possible. It's people looking up and realizing what this means, not just for the United States, but for the world and for humanity. Tom, if I may, I know we have a great team of experts that we've been talking to all day. I found one of my own on the ground here. This is Mr. Adrian. Thanks for helping us out. What did you think when you looked up to the stars and saw that launch today?
It was so incredible. This is like my first time seeing this, waiting for such a long time.
And you know a lot about this mission. What does this mean? What were you looking for when this launch happened?
Like, something really important is like it's like so brave of the astronauts that wanted to go there. Like, they never denied it. They just went like this, and they just said, we just go.
And you want to be one of them one day.
Go.
All right, we'll see you on Mars. Adrian, thank you so much, sir. Tom, I mean, that really makes the day.
Go, Ryan.
Yeah, Tom.
Yeah, little Adrian there, and so many little Adrians all around this country will never forget this moment. Tom, you were just sending me a note here. You're getting text messages from friends in Canada as well who are watching this and just in awe.
And they're watching. I told them, watch NBC News. Don't watch the Canadian Broadcasting Company. So to Joe, my good friend, to Jacinta, my good friend, to others, they have been watching, and they are so proud of this moment. So proud to see Canada step forward. But in typical Canada nice fashion, Jeremy is the most unassuming, nice, easygoing guy, and they're proud of that, that he represents the best of them.
You know, it's incredible because at this time we have multiple wars that are happening across the world right now. We hope this is a moment that the world can get around. That's what the astronauts wanted. You wonder if something like this, and obviously we're in the moment right now, we'll see what happens tomorrow, and we live in a different era than the 60s and 70s, as you guys know. But the big question is, can the world and can the U.S. get around this moonshot? And will it motivate and maybe lead to more space travel and maybe more investments into space?
Well, I think what's going the thing about when Neil Armstrong stepped on the moon, I was 15. I was watching with my family around a Sears Roebuck television, and it brought everybody together, and it ignited a can-do spirit that we can do these things. And I think with this crew, whether you're a Canadian, whether you're a person of color, whether you're a woman, whether you're anybody, you see some of yourself in this group, and that's going to spur that interest, that desire to move forward.
Yeah, Tom, as we watch and all of the moments that happened earlier when this thing took off, Artemis 2 is so incredible. An important moment's going to happen in about 3 hours, right? 3 hours from now, we have sort of a critical point in this entire mission when all eyes will be on what happens, and Orion, the capsule, something happens there. Explain to our viewers.
The Orion separates, and then it is truly on its own. And that's the point where we start seeing the proximity operations demonstrating their capability in that spaceship. This is the most advanced, well, one of the most advanced spaceships ever built. Right? I don't want to speak for what SpaceX has got going. They've had an incredibly successful pattern already. But you're talking about the most advanced spaceship that has never had humans in it before. It had a great, successful, unmanned, uncrewed mission, test flight. But just to be clear, that return was a problem. You may recall. And the
5,000 degrees.
That's right.
It's a heat shield issue.
Yeah, they had more burning and charring on the heat shield on reentry than they're comfortable with. That really caused them to go back and do a big, in places, redesign and really question whether this is the right design for this ship. And everybody is still very much holding their breath and hoping and praying that heat shield holds on reentry. And for the most part, NASA is absolutely confident that it will. Now, there's some high-profile previous astronauts who are concerned about it. They've raised that concern. We've had that on NBC Nightly News. But the majority of the engineers at NASA and the NASA leaderships believe that it will be safe and the crew will be safe on reentry.
All right, Steve, as we wait for that moment 3 hours from now, talk to us about inside the Orion capsule right now. Are the astronauts talking amongst themselves? Are they talking back to mission control? What's happening?
They're busy. They're really busy. They're a brand new thing. They're looking at all the systems, make sure is that pressure right? Is that temperature right? Do we expect that valve to open? Then make our preparations for the separation from the ICPS and actually drive the Orion with the European service module around, flip it around, and actually do simulated dockings only a few hours after launch. That's an amazing thing to ask the crew to do, and I know they're excited.
And I know on this first day and this first night, they have to stay up for a long time, right? They almost, I think, at some point have to take a quick nap just to stay up longer because of what's happening and the importance of everything. Everyone has to be alert and awake.
How could you sleep?
How could you?
After that. So, but I think they'll be pretty fatigued, and if things have gone so well, they'll actually be able to sleep okay.
Yeah, we saw a quick shot of inside NASA, and it we have to talk about those teams there because we talk about the astronauts and their families and their friends, but I mean those teams from NASA as well working on this to every aspect, from the arithmetic to the building to everything to thinking about what's the next goal.
I worked in mission control for about 15 years and worked with lots and lots of missions, both ISS and lots of shuttle missions. And I saw how dedicated and smart these people are. But it's not just the individual people. It's the way they're linked together into kind of a super brain. And that's what's happening in mission control.
It looks like we're close to or either getting to the point where the Orion solar arrays deploy. Steve, what exactly does that mean in layman's terms?
Well, we know what solar panels do, right? Yeah. And that's exactly what's essential for this vehicle. So the capsule is that little gumdrop thing, and then there's a cylinder below it, and that cylinder is the service module. It provides power and also water and oxygen, nitrogen for the capsule itself. And that power is going to come from the sun, so we need those solar arrays.
So an important and a critical part of what's happening right now, the solar arrays deploying, and we think that's just happened or it's about to happen.
Right this very minute. Let's listen open.
Yep, let's listen in.
Give us just 1 minute. And Stan, you can read it like this, ready to copy.
Roger. GWES handover east to west expected 1 second earlier at 5:1 minutes 26 seconds.
Okay, bottom line is we're at that point right now when the solar arrays are deploying, assuming that goes as planned, nominally, as NASA likes to say.
All right, Stan, we copy 1 second earlier for 5126 Tejas east to west, and
we will then be waiting. The next big marker on this is going to be at 49 minutes into the mission.
Yeah.
40. Sorry, I've got trying to listen to them and at the same time. 49 minutes into the mission, then that is when we will see Orion in a safe orbit.
But so far, Tom, just to put a point on this, so far everything has been great. It's been good. Systems are a go. We've witnessed a historic launch.
Couldn't ask for a better day, better mission. It's been perfect.
All right, Tom, we thank you. That's going to conclude this NBC News special report for the launch of the Artemis 2 mission. We'll have much more coverage ahead on our streaming network, NBC News Now, and online at NBCNews.com. I'm Tom Yamas from the Kennedy Space Center. We thank you so much for watching.
AMT high.
And we are continuing our breaking news coverage of the Artemis 2 launch right here on NBC News Now. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Right now, we are just minutes into that historic launch with 4 astronauts lifting off from Kennedy Space Center in Florida just moments ago in the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched, the most powerful rocket humans have ever climbed on top of and ridden into the stars. The Artemis crew is going to spend 10 days in space where they're going to get to lay their eyes on parts of the moon's far side that humanity has never seen before. It is the first time that NASA has sent humans this deep into space since 1972, almost 250,000 miles away. And this mission is setting the stage for NASA's return to the moon, that history-defining goal now slated for 2028. Now, NASA's cameras have been capturing so many angles of this mission, including inside the capsule, and yet right now we are waiting for some of those feeds to reestablish connection. Let's listen into Mission Control for the latest here.
Integrity, thank you. We see the same.
And what you're seeing right now, this is an animation. This is a visualization of what the capsule looks like. We are awaiting the moment in which solar panels are deployed alongside that capsule that will help it in its journey to the moon. But again, we're not seeing the video. We're not seeing live video images just yet. We saw some during the launch. We're hoping for that video to be reestablished with mission control there. But I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist, who is at the Kennedy Space Center. Aaron, you are so lucky, and I am so jealous of your vantage point here. You got to tell me, how did the launch go there?
It was the most spectacular sensory overload that I think I've ever experienced, Gotti. It was just amazing to witness this moment in history. And I'll tell you, so we have a little building here at Kennedy Space Center, right? We are right across the street from the vehicle assembly building, so about 4 miles away from the launch pad, where we were able to see from the rooftop here the rocket launch. And so, like, you see the fire start to build underneath the rocket before you start to see that smoke, and then the launch, and then our whole building started shaking. You could feel on the roof as that shaking was happening, and then just to watch this rocket from a distance, it seems, you know, almost slow, although we know it's not. It's moving at thousands of miles an hour into the sky and then into orbit. And it really was just a spectacular sight to see. And knowing that this is like the wow moment, right? This is the thing that people watch because it is such an incredible thought to have this rocket sort of explode in the way that one would in this moment of getting into the sky. And then to know what's ahead of us, right? We've got 10 days on this mission where you have these 4 incredible human beings who are going to travel farther away from the Earth than anyone has before to do a test flight, but to also run these experiments and to see the moon from the far side with their own eyes, which no other human being has done. And so it's spectacular in that sense. We did pull out it's a Lego model that one of our technical managers here built of the rocket, just to kind of give you an idea of what's happened so far, right? You understand that these rocket boosters separated very early on, and then we saw the core stage, this orange part, separate as well. And so now what's in space is just the top part of this here. The abort system is already sort of come off and separated as well. So you just have the crew that's inside the crew capsule here, Orion, as we've been calling it. And we know that we were expecting the solar arrays to deploy. They're going to be important, obviously, to this mission. They're just like the solar panels that you would have on the roof of your house. They're collecting energy, power for this capsule to continue its mission around the moon. It's going to be a little while before we get to that point, right? We know they're going to orbit the Earth a few times here before, and they want to check out all the systems. They want to check out their spacesuits, that sort of thing,
sorry to interrupt
before
there,
they start that 3-day trip to the moon.
Yeah, Aaron, let's listen in real quick, because I think we're getting an update from NASA here.
There's also a discussion with Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reed Wiseman about the alignment of the MET clocks on the Orion spacecraft and the ICPS. Commander Reed Wiseman confirmed the clocks are in sync, no issues. They're going to investigate it on the ground. We're proceeding with today's mission. 26 minutes of mission elapsed time and counting.
And as we understand it right now, those solar arrays are being deployed or in the process of being deployed right now. I do want to bring in Colonel Ron Garan. He's a former NASA astronaut, retired Air Force colonel. He knows a little something about getting on top of this explosion, pushing 8 million pounds of thrust or something along those lines, and then riding off into the heavens. Put us inside of one of those capsules. I know that you've gone up on space shuttles, you've gone up on Soyuz. Like, what is it like sitting on that much thrust heading up into space?
Well, as you can imagine, it's thrilling. I know, Steve, you had him on a little while ago, and he was explaining, and it's just exhilarating to feel. Because I remember the first time I launched into space, you feel the acceleration, you feel the force in your chest. And I'm a fighter pilot, and so I've felt that acceleration before, but it had never lasted that long. So somewhere in the back of your mind, you realize we are going really, really fast, and they are.
Really, really fast and really, really far, too. And once you settle in, I mean, at what point do you get used to, I guess, you know, Earth's atmosphere, you're pulling 4 or 5 Gs, maybe more going up, but at what point do you start to feel weightless? And then at what point do things get normal? Do they get normal at all? Because they've got 10 days ahead here.
Yeah, well, the weightless comes instantly. So when the main engine shut off, and it happened at 8:06, I think, on this launch, you go from feeling like an elephant and sitting on your chest, you're being pushed back into your seat from the force of acceleration, to being weightless instantly, and that is an incredible feeling, and it's an incredible feeling of relief because you know you've made it and you're in space now, and so that's exhilarating.
And Colonel, if I may, let's pull up the because I'm trying to listen with both ears here, but let's pull up the NASA feed, and you'll listen with me. I think you'll be able to hear it too.
We did hear confirmation that
like
the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition has been confirmed per the pad, which means it was the predicted time prior to liftoff.
Integrity for GNC, we're taking channel 1 to unfiltered and to BFS.
And so we're hearing the communication back and forth right now with Mission Control. You know, a lot of people, it's the 21st century here. A lot of people are going to be watching this, and they're going to be like, wait a minute, animation, no. I signed up for like a full HD. Like, I want to see all of the images and give me the full feed. And yet, the truth of the matter is space is very hard. What are we seeing here right now? And is everything going according to plan?
Yeah, I believe, as far as I can tell, everything's going according to plan. It seems like there was some timing mismatch between the upper stage, the ICPS, and the Orion capsule. It didn't seem like that was causing too much concern, but there's a big maneuver coming up to raise the perigee. The perigee is the part of the orbit that's the closest to the Earth. And so when they get to the apogee, which is the farthest away from the Earth, they're going to do a maneuver to raise that perigee to put them in minutes. That's what's coming up here in about
time of ignition of the perigee raise maneuver.
In about 20 minutes. And that apogee, I mean, that is really what sets the table for the slingshot, right?
Wings.
Exactly. So you raise the perigee at the apogee. I know it's a little counterintuitive, but that's what they're doing, or about to do.
And when it comes to the physics of what they are trying to do, I mean, this is something that we've done, obviously, with Artemis 1. We've never done it with humans on board. But what do those speeds feel like? Is it just peaceful as you can imagine up in space, or do you feel the maneuvering of the craft?
You feel the maneuvering, you feel the burns. When we fire the engines, you feel that as just a gentle force. It's not the force of launch that I described before. It's just a gentle force. But the speed you don't feel at all because there's no wind resistance. There's nothing to compare it to. But you notice that you're moving away from the Earth pretty fast. You know, visually you could see that speed.
And what are the chances that anybody's going to get sleep anytime soon? I mean, they're heading into tonight, or I guess daytime permanently, right?
Well, they have a very, very busy day ahead of them. They've already had a long day. But there's a lot they have to do, and then they have a huge burn tomorrow, which is going to set them on their course to the moon. So they have to be ready for that. But I think they're going to have to find some time, time to catnap or whatever to just get some rest. But they're going to be very busy, and they are.
Hopefully they get some shut-eye. You know, I do have to ask this because my mind almost blew, and I know that you're probably of the same mind, but I have heard over the last couple of days people being like, yeah, but why go to the moon? Like, why are we going up there? I've got my reasons and obviously go on a diatribe, but does anybody say that around you? Have you heard that, and what is your response?
Well, no, I hear that, of course. And the answer is there's a tremendous benefit for all of humanity for us to extend human presence to the moon permanently, to have a permanent human presence on the moon. And that's the plan. You know, Apollo was to explore the moon and to set that precedent. But this mission is the first step of many steps that will lead to a permanent human presence on the moon, an extension of human existence beyond the Earth, to basically make the moon the Earth's 8th continent. There's resources there. There's many benefits to the Earth by doing that. But I think one of the biggest things is, and you've heard this over and over about this mission, is the unity that it shows. You know, this is the first time we've been to the moon in 54 years. And when we went the first time, it was a unifying event. All of humanity came together to witness this amazing accomplishment, and we're doing it all over again. And hopefully we have that same effect again.
Yeah, I really hope so. The Earth's 8th continent, that is so wonderfully put. And yet, as I understand it, I mean, you know, there are geopolitics here on Earth, unfortunately, with us humans who don't know exactly how to see eye to eye yet. But one of the things that's being talked about, obviously, is this lunar base that we are planning on putting on the south pole of the moon, where we will hopefully be able to tap into the, I think we've got some video here. It looks like we've got some video from moments ago, and there is our beautiful planet down below. I think this was from launch. I may be mistaken here, but you know, back to the lunar bases. It's the United States has plans for a lunar base, as well as China, and as well as Russia in cooperation with China, and they'll all be maybe sharing the same general vicinity there on the bottom of the moon. How do you see all of that playing out over the next 10 to 15 years?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer to it. I have a hopeful view. I mean, I hope that we have many different nations going to the moon and all cooperating for the benefit of all humanity. But as you've said, there, you know, geopolitics, you know, exist in space as well. Whatever geopolitics we have on the Earth, we launch that into space with us. So it's not like we can escape that. But I think the more nations, the more people, the more organizations that see that bigger picture, that see the vantage point that space provides us, the better off that we're all going to be. So I hope it leads to an era of cooperation. And again, what motivates us as humans is awe and wonder, and the awe and wonder is something that can bring us together and to unify us.
Yeah, awe and wonder, and hopefully some cooperation on, as you put it, the 8th continent. Colonel Guerin, thank you so very much for joining us on such a historic day. I do want to go out to NBC News correspondent Ryan Chandler, who's been out on Cape Canaveral. He's been with the crowds gathered to watch, making all kinds of friends on this historic launch day. Ryan, what are you hearing out there?
You know, one, Gotti, that was one of the most incredible things I've seen. There's one cloud in the sky right now, but it's not a cloud at all. It's the exhaust from the launch. Just an incredible sight. But I think what's going to stick with me permanently, Gotti, is not looking this way. Yes, you see the fireball, you hear the incredible sound. That was cool. But what really meant a lot was looking this way and seeing the raw reaction, the jaws drop on the kids' faces. Met so many people today who you know, left school for this and said, I want to be an astronaut someday. To see how they reacted to this, to talk with the 88-year-olds, conversely, and hear how they remember so fondly the golden era of the Apollo mission and how they feel a sense that we're back to that golden age of space exploration. To hear what it means to them, that's what's going to stick with me. It was a really interesting group of people here because they all came here with a purpose, they all had a passion, and this meant a whole lot to the thousands and thousands of people that took the time to show up and see this in person, Gotti.
Yeah, there's been so much talk about the Apollo generation, and now we've got the Artemis generation, and there is an overlap here. Those that were alive to see Apollo now seeing Artemis. It seems like this is the space generation, right?
Right, and I mean, when you think about it like that, you have to be at least in your 60s to remember anything meaningful from the Apollo days, right? I met a family, it was 3 generations of people who all came together. There was the granddaughter and mom, neither of whom had seen a space launch ever because it had been so long, right? More than 50 years since the last time we went to the moon in lunar orbit like that. And then they were sitting with people in their 80s who were telling them stories from the good old days of lunar exploration, right? So it really feels like this connects people not just across countries and states, but across generations in pursuit of this one mission, which has lasted the test of time. Gotti.
Wow. And now, I mean, I see the RVs behind you. Now what happens? Now they wait for the sun to go down and then just stare up into the sky and wonder?
These people have been partying all day. I'm sure that's going to continue into the night. But just as quickly as they got here, it is emptying out very quickly. I mean, it was before 7 a.m., before the gates opened, when there was a line of cars a half-mile long to get in here. Thousands and thousands of people showing up, not a parking spot free in the entire place for these RVs. And now, as soon as the rocket went out of view, they left. And I don't know, maybe they're onto the beach now.
Yeah, you got to beat traffic on the way out, I guess. I do want to ask. I mean, I was sitting here in the studio. I have never actually seen a rocket take off in real life. What did it sound like?
Gotti, if I had to guess, anybody at NBC News who had seen at least one launch, it would have been you.
I know.
You got to get out here. I feel so incredibly lucky to be here. It sounded like this rumble of thunder. What really stuck out to me is the immense gap of time between when you see the rocket take off and when you hear it. It was a lot longer than I thought. I was actually taken by surprise when it first started lifting off the ground and you look out and you see a fireball. You can't see the rocket from here. We're about 12, 13 miles away. But once that fireball starts, you see it, and it's like looking at a welder's torch. Even from that far away, it was so bright, and it felt like a minute passed before you heard anything, and then you feel the rumble, and just within a minute or so, it was out of sight. But all of our jaws were still on the floor. Got it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. You just described something that is so high on my bucket list. Cannot wait to see one of those in person. And the cadence will be going up very soon. Ryan Chandler out there in Cape Canaveral. Thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more coverage of Artemis 2's historic launch. So stay right here.
Booster ignition. Liftoff.
Hey, welcome back. It's just past 7:15 p.m. in the east and 4:15 here in the west, and we've been watching NASA's historic Artemis 2 launch. Let's listen in now to NASA TV.
Main engine when they execute the 26-second burn. You can see in the animation here, the solar array wings are in motion, and the attitude is being reconfigured to point the engine in the correct direction. Those solar array wings being pointed forward.
And as we're watching this feed from NASA, you can see on the bottom of your screen there, that is 14,000 miles per hour. It is 1,200 miles away. We are watching this animation from NASA right now. I do want to bring in
flight control room. The team you see here oversaw the ascent of our 4 astronauts inside Integrity.
And as we listen to the broadcast from NASA TV, I do want to bring in former NASA astronaut Leroy Chiao. He spent 229 days in space. Leroy, great to see you on this historic day. We're now looking at the mission control there. We've got a live look there. We don't see the actual spacecraft. We do see the visualization. I know a lot of people were expecting to see a lot more video. So I do want to ask, is that normal, or were our expectations too high?
Yeah, it's normal. I mean, you know, it depends on where the satellite is and where the antenna is pointed. So you're not always going to have video. But once they get KU coverage, what we call KU band coverage, they'll be able to bring in some more video. So it looks like everything's going great with the mission. You know, they're orbiting the Earth right now, getting ready to do their translunar injection once the spacecraft has been checked out and the timing is appropriate. So looks like everything's going great.
And tonight they're going to be spending the night circling Earth, if I understand correctly. What does that look like?
Sure. And so they're checking out the Orion spacecraft. The flight controllers are looking at the telemetry coming down, making sure everything is all set. And once they determine that it is, and at the appropriate time, they'll light the engine of the upper stage, and they'll do the translunar injection to head off to the moon.
And as they make that traverse to the moon, which is some 250 million miles away, if I'm not mistaken, to the furthest point, they're going to see the backside of the moon, something that human eyes, or at least parts of it, human eyes have never seen in person. They've seen images from some of our robotic cameras that we've sent back along that area. But as I understand it, that part of the moon is particularly crusty, right? Like the moon's crust is very thick. What are we going to learn scientifically from this mission?
Well, sure. And of course, the Apollo astronauts saw the far side of the moon, maybe not the exact track that these astronauts will see. And the far side of the moon is more cratered, if you will. It takes a lot more impacts just because of the geometry of how things work. But, you know, they're going to be pretty far away, so they'll take some nice pictures. They might make some other measurements. Scientifically, it's hard to say that we're going to learn too much more because they're going to be very far away. They are going to be the farthest humans that have ever flown from the Earth, so they won't be that close to the surface. But an exciting mission nonetheless.
And to you, what does this mission represent?
I think first and foremost, this sends a message that America is back. You know, we've had slips, stumbles, changes in direction, but now we've launched the first mission to the moon or around the moon in almost 54 years. That's a huge thing, not just psychologically and not just for, you know, national pride, but also inspiring the next generation. People like me, I was an 8-year-old kid when Apollo 11 landed on the moon, and that helped reinforce my determination to study engineering and be part of the technical team that, you know, formed my generation. And so this is going to inspire the next generation. And frankly, besides the technical spin-offs, I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah, and it couldn't have come at a better time. I got to say, you know, I wish I was of that generation. My grandfather worked on the Apollo missions, and so it's part of my family. And yet, we live in a day and age where, you know, we're seeing the advent of this AI deep fake generation, and there is a lot of skepticism. And you hear from time to time people say, look, we never landed on the moon. This was all, you know, a hoax perpetrated on the American public. And yet, on this day, and for the next 10 days, I'm hoping that we get to see a lot of concrete proof that once and for all puts all of that to bed in an experience that we can all share. But as an astronaut, do you ever encounter those types of conspiracy theories? And when you do, what is the surefire way to bring people to what we have done on the moon?
Well, sure. And, you know, when I go out and speak to the public, I'll oftentimes get this whole question of, was that all faked? And my answer is, look, it's simple. It would have taken a lot more to fake it than to actually do it. You think you're going to keep those tens of thousands of people quiet all these decades as part of this conspiracy? That's just not going to happen. Do you think the Russians wouldn't have called us out? They would have known if we had faked it. And, you know, this was all inspired by a movie in the early 70s called Capricorn 1, which was a great movie, by the way. It starred O.J. Simpson, about a fake NASA Mars landing, right? And so, you know, it's kind of like the flat earthers. You know, what can you do?
What can you do other than hopefully force people to watch science happening in front of our very eyes? Leroy Chow, always a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
So much.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Emily Akeda. She is with a bunch of Artemis watchers at the Liberty Science Center out there in New Jersey. What have people been telling you there, Emily?
Well, there's just been so much excitement, Gotti. Now, some people have just exited a few moments ago after witnessing this historic moment. And look, I saw Ryan Chandler. I saw Aaron Gilchrist. Certainly, Florida is the premier seat to this moment in history. But I'll take this as a pretty cool second. We are at the largest planetarium in the country, even in the Western Hemisphere, 89 feet. The screen is 89 feet wide. And so they have been playing this live stream from NASA throughout. And so hundreds of people piled in here to to witness this very special moment. People of all ages. I saw young kids dressed up as astronauts. I spoke with one mom and who was with her daughter, the mom describing how they would always remark to each other. They say, I love you to the moon and back. And she says now her daughter has an understanding of what the moon really means. I want to bring in Andrew Bundes, who helped walk everyone through moments ago. I know it's quiet now, but let me tell you, in the countdown to liftoff, it was absolutely exhilarating. As someone who has this background in astrophysics, who's been studying this, what did this moment mean to you?
Oh, it meant so much to just see this next step in our journey to return humans to the moon, eventually to send them to Mars. But I think for me, the most meaningful part of it was just seeing the excitement. I had the front row seat. I got to watch the excitement on everyone's face as Artemis 2 finally launched. I think that's the part that really meant the most to me, seeing the excitement from all the kids and just how much it meant to them too.
I mean, there's certainly a lot of complicated vernacular around understanding this, but a lot of young faces in this crowd. What did it mean to you to actually help walk and potentially inspire young people to further explore space and help people build their dreams around this?
Yeah, I mean, I, of course, love space, but science in general is so important to us as a species and our understanding of the universe. So just getting a chance to help inspire kids to want to learn more science, to have a kid who wants to be an astronaut or a biologist or a chemist, something that excites them too. It just means the world.
You know, we all heard there was this big kind of group countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. Describe the emotion in that moment.
I mean, it was just my heart almost just blew out of my chest. It was so exciting. We tried to make sure that down in Florida that they could hear us all the way up in Jersey City.
Andrew Bundes, thank you so much. You know, Gotti, I was listening to Mike Massimino earlier today on NBC, an astronaut who talked about how as a young kid, he watched the Apollo missions and how that really was the inspiration for him to chase his dream of becoming an astronaut. And I tend to think that maybe there were a few future astronauts in this crowd here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. In that crowd here in Los Angeles and in Cape Canaveral, where Ryan Chandler was just reporting from, absolutely, all across the world. Thanks so much, Emily. And you might be asking, maybe you're asking, maybe you're like, finally we're going back, but you might be asking, like, why are we going back to the moon in the first place? Well, there are so many reasons, but starting at the top, let's go with science. For more on that, let's bring in Dr. Emily Rice. She is a space scientist, an associate professor of astrophysics at the City University of New York. Doctor, thanks so much for being with us. There's such a long list of reasons to go back to the moon. And I think that is a live picture. We are starting to see a live picture from the SLS and from, we lost it again. It looks like there's some issues with the connectivity of those visual images coming from Orion. But Doctor, let's start with the top of your list. What are you most excited about for when we do land on the moon?
Wow, when we land on the moon, honestly, I can't even. Those first steps, those first words. I'm like you. I didn't get to live through this before. I haven't seen a rocket launch in person either. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I want to look at the moon. I want to go outside my house, look at the moon, and know that there are people walking on it. That's really exciting for me. We won't be able to see them, of course, but knowing that people are there at that moment, I think, is going to be really, really special.
I had this kind of this crazy feeling today of all the work that needs to be done. Now that this mission is now underway, it does seem like chapter 1 of this incredible space age. And so much of it has to do with the moon. We were seeing, the cryo fueling and listening to them describe liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen going into those tanks to fuel that rocket out of our orbit. And then you think, this is going to the moon, and this is going to the southern end of the moon where there is ice, and that ice eventually will be mined, H2O. You pull that apart, you have hydrogen, and you have oxygen, right? I mean, that is jet fuel. how much work do you see happening in terms of, where we are technologically right now and where we will be once we get on the moon? How big of a leap do you think we'll get to see in terms of how to propel us further from where we've ever gone?
Yeah, we can do it. Honestly, I think there is some technology still to be worked out. In particular, so this Orion capsule is going to take people around the moon, but it's not going to be what's landing people on the moon in this version of the Artemis missions. And so we're still working on the lander. So it's either going to be SpaceX, the Starship from SpaceX, or it's going to be something from Blue Origin. Both of those companies have made huge amounts of progress in just the last few years. We've talked about it before, and Tom Costello says it all the time, like, it's now become mundane to watch a rocket fairing come back and land itself on a barge,
right,
and then back on the launch pad. Like, that used to be, the first couple of times it happened, it was unbelievable, and now it's just normal to us. And so I think the more quickly we can pick up the pace on this, we can get back to the moon. It's going to be definitely also a task for humans to figure out how to live somewhere that far away. But also, we've had people living in space for the last 25 years, and 3 of those astronauts that are on their way to the moon have done that for months at a time. And so really, even though there's been some kind of pauses and differences in the space program in the last several decades, it's all been leading us up to this moment.
Yeah, Dr. Rice, I'm so glad you brought up, what has become mundane and what will probably become mundane going forward, because you get into some technical questions, and I do have some toys here, so I'm hoping that you walk me through. This is obviously is the SLS, right? And so SLS, so we've got the tiny little Orion that is inside of the tippity top. Obviously, the abort launch system, that's already gone, but now we've got what's effectively that capsule, and then the rest of this is all gonna burn up somewhere. Yeah. But this is the space semi-truck of the future. And, we were having this discussion in the newsroom a little bit earlier. Like, why didn't they just skip this step and go straight for this? And as I understand it, it's all based on what is safe for humans to get out of Earth's orbit in. And as I understand it, and again, they've been kind of tight-lipped about this. I think that they're still working on it. But the next mission is really going to be about sending that capsule up. We've got the Orion now floating around, and then interfacing with either this or Blue Origin's version, right? And this is the big question mark. Like, are we going to put people on the semi-truck? Is that going to go to the moon? How do you see this question mark being filled in?
From what I understand, I think so. This is all very, very new, also, because it was only announced a couple months ago that they were shifting the landing from Artemis 3 to Artemis 4. So now, as I understand it, Artemis 3 will be the testing of this docking. I believe that's going to be a crewed mission, but I think the testing of the docking might still happen in Earth orbit, because then that's going to be much easier to, you'll be closer to home in case something goes wrong. But yeah, those systems are still being worked out. There's a lot still to adjust with the technology. This is the first time that it's this NASA commercial crew, this partnership between NASA and these industry partners in such a strong way, or kind of an even partnership before. Like, there's always been industry contributions to NASA space programs, but really with the industry taking the lead on developing substantial technologies for this Artemis program, that's a little bit new. And so we'll have to see where it goes. So new. Yeah.
It's such an interesting time. It's almost like we're seeing a bunch of paradigm shifts for space happen all at the same time. And I don't know if we've really wrapped our heads around what all of that means. But, this thing is still, we haven't seen it land. It hasn't been caught. This part has been caught by those chopsticks, Mechzilla things, but this, we still need to see that caught. And, at some point, when you look at this stack versus this stack, as I understand it, this thing is anywhere from $2 to $4 billion. If they get this right, this whole reusable system is somewhere between like $10 to $100 million. That's like a Ferrari that you just send up and then you just never use again to get from point A to point B, versus a Prius that you send up and then it comes back, and then you send up and it comes back. But oh yeah, that Prius can carry like 100 times more payload. If it would have not been for this space race that we're in, it would have made sense that we would be waiting for this type of technology to evolve, right? And yet we find ourselves with different companies competing, and NASA using what is effectively, gosh, I look like such a space nerd, but what is effectively like Apollo era rocketry to get us into space, right? So over the next 5 years, how do you see all of this developing?
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can even, I mean, things have changed so much in the past 2 months, much less the past 2 years. Like, I'm not sure that we can even forecast what things, like, I know NASA has a plan, because for every, they have a plan on top of plans on top of plans. Like, they know what could happen, and there's probably even a lot of different versions of that. They don't always make everything public, which I think is, fair. But we want to know, and this is a great thing, that I think the more public interest there is, the more NASA will share with us, the more we will understand what's going on. It's great that so many of us are watching this, and so many of us are looking forward to this. I want to keep our eyes on those 4 astronauts that have taken the big step for us.
4 astronauts that are now experiencing that weightlessness and that magic in space. And yet, Doctor, I have one more question before the control room reins me back in and then tells me to stop geeking out here, because I do think that we are about to enter an age in which all of us are forced to learn our periodic tables in a way that we haven't before. And the question I want to ask you is, how big of a game changer is helium-3 on the moon, and what role do you see it playing in our spacefaring future?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is a huge, like, the moon has a lot of resources there available to us. This is something that the Apollo astronauts, they did a little bit. They brought back hundreds of pounds of moon rock samples that we're still studying. And we're still learning from, because our technology to study those samples is getting better and better and better. And so even from samples that are 50 years old collected with technology that was 50 years old or even older than that, we're learning more and more and more about the moon. And I think it might surprise people to know that we don't actually know that much about that. We don't know exactly how it formed. We have theories, but we're still testing those theories. And so this combination of getting people back onto the moon, being able to bring back more samples, but even being able to have a permanent presence on the moon, or at least a long-term presence on the moon, and bring our sophisticated instrumentation to the moon to do the science in situ, that is huge. That has never really been done before. And so that would be enormous. Water there, resources, minerals, who knows what we could do building a base on the moon.
Oh, man, exciting, exciting times. Thank you so much for being with us, Doctor, and we'll be checking back with you a little bit later. I do want to check back in with NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist, who's going to rein us back down to Earth here at the Kennedy Space Center. And Aaron, I want to ask, what is the next 24 hours going to look like for this mission?
It's going to be busy. This is a 10-day mission. There's a lot to get accomplished in the time that these 4 astronauts are going to be in space. Today, we know that so far, the solar array on the Orion capsule, which the crew has named Integrity, that's the proper name that they're using for the capsule. The solar array has deployed at this point. It is locked into place. You have 15,000 solar panels, in essence, solar cells that are collecting energy from the sun and converting that into electricity for the capsule to use while it's in space. We know that the crew will eventually be able to remove their space suits. This is really a system that is individually designed for each astronaut that is a safety suit in a significant way. If for some reason the capsule, for example, was to depressurize, they could put that suit on and it would protect them for several days so they could get back to Earth if they needed to. We know that they're also going to be testing out some of the systems in this first 24-hour period. They got to make sure that the drinking water is functional, the system that controls that.
Sorry to
They're going to
interrupt.
test out the toilets while they're in.
Yeah, Aaron, sorry to interrupt right when we got to the toilet talk, because that's important. But I do want to listen in, because it sounds like we're getting an update here from NASA. Let's listen into their live stream.
Excellent.
This is Mission Control Houston, though the solutions that were applied to regain the communications from Integrity is not known which one worked. We do know that we are receiving data. We're getting confirmation that is updating some of our telemetry that shows that the solar array wings have been reconfigured to the solar normal, again drawing as much power as possible. While Integrity is in flight and awaiting the next burn, the apogee raise burn. And you just heard confirmed, though Stan Love was reporting some things in the blind, meaning we could not hear the crew respond to any of the calls that were going on Orion to Earth. We did confirm from Reed Wiseman aboard Integrity that they did hear all of the calls that Capcom's Stan Love was reporting.
And Integrity for comm, while we are sorting out the earlier comm loss, we plan to remain on S-band string 2.
Copy S-band string 2, and QUID 19 has been inhibited for right CCD.
Copy QUID 19.
What we're watching here is the live stream coming in from NASA, and you're seeing the image there on your screen. Those are the solar panels that have now been deployed right next to the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way around the Earth and will be gathering momentum to make its way to the moon.
Through his steps at this time in the timeline, mission specialists.
But as you can hear, them talking, they've been discussing not a full loss of communication, but definitely some issues. It sounds like there were moments in which the control room could not hear the capsule, and yet the capsule was receiving communication at all times from mission control. So we did not see a lot of the video streams that many people were expecting at the beginning of the launch and after it left Earth's atmosphere, but we are now seeing reestablishment of some of those video feeds, and that is just an incredible shot that you're seeing right there of the Orion space capsule and those solar panels. Artemis 2, it's just the beginning of our journey back to the moon. Artemis 3, that is where NASA wants to interface Artemis 2, the Orion capsule with possibly some hardware from a private space launch program, maybe SpaceX, possibly Blue Origin. There's a lot of competition going on who is going to build the next lunar lander. I want to bring in NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung, who has been watching this space very, very closely. Brian, the competition is so heated here. What's at stake for both of these companies?
Yeah, well, I mean, first off, it seems a little bit rude for us to be talking about Artemis 3 already when the spectacle of Artemis 2 is happening right now, but it's necessary because that's where SpaceX and Blue Origin come into the fold here. What we've been talking about all evening has been this process of shooting something off the Earth and having it orbit and moonshot, a literal moonshot, before it comes back to Earth. Now, for that reason, obviously, we're not talking about getting these particular astronauts onto the moon today, but that is certainly the goal going forward with Artemis 3 and Artemis 4. So how do you get an apparatus onto the SLS that allows them, as they're getting really close to the moon, to then actually drop a capsule and get humans onto the moon? Well, that's where Blue Origin and SpaceX are competing with what they call one of these human landing systems. Now, again, there's a competition between SpaceX, which it can't be ignored, that is Elon Musk's company, as well as Blue Origin, that is Jeff Bezos' company. But what NASA has said, basically, is that they're going to use one or both of those in the Artemis 3 test, which they're shooting for in 2027. Essentially, what that's doing, Gotti, is saying, hey, why don't both of you companies try to figure out what that lunar lander should look like and how it should work? And we'll see in 2027 which one's ready to go. If it's one of you, great. If it's both of you, even better. So it's going to be a really interesting race to see. We don't have a front runner quite yet, but but it is indeed part of the domestic space race here. Which one of these private companies can help NASA get humans onto the moon in Artemis 4, which is when they'll actually have that manned crew landing on the moon?
Yeah, and Brian, you know, it is an interface situation, and I'm not sure if you were listening to our conversation earlier, but this is the SLS. This is the rocket that is approved by NASA to carry astronauts into space and eventually to the moon, because it has so many of these redundant systems and because it's tried, true, because, you know, they have invested billions of dollars into the SLS. But as I understand it, you know, this is the heavy lift, right? This is the Starship. And unfortunately, I don't have a model yet of the New Glenn, but it's about the same size. And yet, when it comes to getting this to the moon, as I understand it, you got to get this up there, then you got to top it off with more jet fuel, more rocket fuel, and that is something that I don't think a lot of people realize is going to be a very complicated feat, right?
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, you did reference the chopsticks. I was listening into the conversation. I think what makes this so important is that if they become reusable. The issue with NASA rockets in the past is that they've shot them up and they fall off or go into the ocean or burn up in orbit on return, and for that reason, they're essentially unusable. You're just shooting it off into space and it turns into space garbage. But the idea with what Blue Origin and SpaceX are doing, they're using different approaches to make that happen, but it's enormously economical because you're able to catch it back here on planet Earth and then use it and shoot it up again with the fuel that you basically just have to reload into the empty canister. And so I think that is something that's probably going to be in discussion, but for something as far as shooting something to the moon, especially with Blue Origin, where they have not historically been as fast as getting to some of those depths into space as SpaceX has been able to do, that's certainly going to be part of the conversation. Again, they're going to be playing ball with NASA for Artemis 3. You presumably expect that for Artemis 4 as well, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's the pivot, the quick pivot that NASA has done and setting their sights on a lunar base on the moon. I mean, so much of it, you have to ask, is it related to what we're seeing from the Chinese Space Agency and their cooperation with Russia? How do you see that?
Yeah, and look, I think that one really important point here is that it takes a village. Even with this specific Artemis 2 mission, where SpaceX and Blue Origin are not as much part of the conversation, there is still an enormous amount of private sector support that they have here. You think about Lockheed, Airbus, I believe, were part of the development of what we saw today. And even when you go all the way back to Saturn V, I mean, 1967, people were like, that is a Herculean task that NASA was able to do in creating that rocket. But they had an enormous amount of private sector help from companies like Boeing, Douglas Aircraft, IBM at the time. So I think that when you talk about the space race, you have to think about all the companies here in the United States that are going to assist the U.S. in racing China to the moon and putting someone on the moon. And you think about SpaceX, you think about Blue Origin. These are companies that have been on the forefront of this development for a while now. And I would argue that a lot of people will look at what's going on in China. Certainly, they have a very robust state project that they're developing over there. But I do think that when it comes to the American enterprise, those private companies that you talk about SpaceX, which, by the way, today we just got news that they're reportedly going to file an IPO that could be something like $1.75 trillion. I mean, that can't be understated enough.
Yeah, I do not think we fully understand how game-changing a lot of that technology is going to be. Brian Chung, thanks so much. Let's listen back in. I heard some chatter on the NBC, on the NASA feed that's coming in right now as we look at these live pictures coming from the Orion space capsule.
HHP cameras are off. Pup 1 switches are off, Stan.
Copy HHP and Pup. Thank you.
And that chatter between the space capsule that is hurling its way around Earth and picking up that momentum and getting the trajectories right before it heads to the moon, And mission control is happening live. You're watching that and those images as they happen on your screen. I want to bring in former NASA astronaut Steve Robinson, who's at the Kennedy Space Center. He flew on 4 space shuttle missions, logging more than 48 days in space. I've been watching you throughout the day, Steve, and you've moved me in so many ways in your description of everything that you've experienced, everything that we're all collectively experiencing here together. But today, what does it mean to you?
Well, to me, it means a lot. You know, when I was born, not one bolt had ever been orbited the Earth by the human race. And now look at what we humans did today. We should be proud of ourselves. Of course, we're proud of the astronauts. We're proud of all the engineers and staff members and everybody who supported all of this. But really, this is about not them. This is about us. We should be proud about us. Our children should look at this and say, we are part of this race that can do this. Who hasn't looked at the moon and wished you could see it closer? Well, now 4 people are going there. A woman has never seen the moon this close. Someone, a person of color, has never seen the moon as close as he will. A person who is not from the United States has never seen the moon this close. There's so many exciting and new things to be proud of here. So it just leaves me with a sense of sort of just broad pride of humanity.
And this is just the beginning. Play this forward as long as it takes, but in a matter of years, we will see human hands possibly mining some resources on the moon, building habitats for human beings to live on the moon, extracting ice and water from the moon. What kind of effect do you think that that's going to have here on Earth?
Well, there's, as we know here in the western and southern United States, extracting water from very tiny deposits of it is very important. Now, something we didn't know about the moon in the 60s during the Apollo program was that there was any water on there. You look at those, those photos and those videos of the Apollo astronauts, you look at that landscape and you say, I've never seen anything more desiccated and dry than that. However, there are craters that are permanently shadowed that apparently have ice crystals, ice buried in the dirt, called regolith. Well, we're mostly water. Where water is where humans should go. But also the rocket that we saw launched today, the 4 engines, the RS-25s that were in the core stage, you know what they're powered by? The constituents of water, hydrogen and oxygen. So the moon has water for us and water for our rockets. That means to go to the moon, maybe we don't have to bring all that eventually. It's a game changer, absolute game changer. Everywhere we've ever gone in space, we've had to bring everything we needed, with the exception of electrical power from the sun. So this is the start of something absolutely huge.
And you've spent so much time in space, and yet the idea of spending time on the moon, where you have gravity, it's a sixth, I believe, of the gravity that we have here on Earth, but having access to terra firma, and like you said, having access to some of those resources that you can use to build, what would you rather do?
Stay on Earth or go to the moon? Well, I like Earth a lot, but I think most of us in the space business are enthralled by the idea of going to the Earth's moon and to look at Earth from the moon. Kind of like, I saw the moon last night from the airliner flying from California to Florida. I looked out the window and I saw the moon and I said, we're going there tomorrow. We're launching on an expedition there tomorrow. It's just incredible to think about. So what we're going to learn mostly is about ourselves. And, that's not just all philosophical. The human body, we've learned a lot about what happens to the human body. We're not done yet by any means, but we've learned a lot about what happens in the zero gravity or the microgravity environment. We know what happens in 1G, like we are right now. We know what happens when we fly airplanes or roller coasters and increase the G loads on our body. We know the physiological response to those things. What we don't really know is long-term physiological response and even cognitive, neuroscience response to partial gravity. That 1/6 gravity on the moon, if you lived there for, let's say, months, how would your physiology change? We only have hints. There's so much more to learn. Why do we need to learn that? Because it will reflect all kinds of medical conditions that we all develop, or some of us develop here on Earth, and that we can learn about in otherwise healthy people. There's so many things that we will learn from this.
Yeah, so much work to be done, so much still to learn about ourselves. Steve Robinson, thank you so much for being with us. And the last time humans set foot on the moon was so long ago, 54 years ago, that Apollo 17 mission in 1972. It was historic in so many ways, and it's NASA's longest mission to the moon, spanning 12.5 days. It's also the furthest humans have traveled on the moon's surface. For more on the Apollo 17 mission, I want to bring in Dr. Paul Sutter. He's a cosmologist at Johns Hopkins University and an external advisor for NASA. Dr. Sutter, great to see you. The last time we went to the moon, 1972, as we were just here, and we weren't even sure about ice and water being trapped on the moon. What else is different this time around?
Yeah, we're learning with every new generation, with every new year, with every discovery, with every robotic probe, with every human exploration like Artemis 2, which is going to explore parts of the moon, even though they're not landing on it. They will be studying the far side of the moon. We learn a little bit more. And the moon, it's not just a resource for future exploration or a space station. It's a time capsule into our own past. The moon holds an almost perfectly unchanged record of the past 4.5 billion years of history in our solar system. We now know that the moon came from the Earth, that the Earth was formed from a collision of two protoplanets, and then the moon was spawned out of that. That's new information. The more we study the moon, the more we learn about the formation and history of the Earth, the more we learn about why our planet is so special, why it hosts liquid water oceans, why it hosts life, why it's the only kind of planet in the entire universe like it that we know of. The answers are there on the lunar surface.
And Doctor, it also hosts, from what we understand, a lot more helium-3 than we have here on Earth. And as I understand it, that could unlock nuclear fusion without necessarily seeing the radioactive effects that we see here on Earth when we do it the way that we've been doing it for the last half a century, right? That seems like it could be huge.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Every space mission has to pack its own fuel, and which is fine for low Earth orbit, for going to the moon and back. But when we start talking about Mars, it's a whole different ballgame. With current technology, with chemical rockets, minimum round trip to Mars and back is around 2 years. 2 years. Sending humans farther than any human has ever gone before, completely and totally isolated. It's beyond our technological capabilities right now. We need faster ways to get to Mars. One way is through nuclear propulsion. Now, nuclear, it's kind of tough. It's tough to deal with, and with nuclear fission plants on the surface of the Earth, we need all sorts of strict controls. Nuclear fusion is very interesting, but we need a stable fuel, and a particular isotope of helium called helium-3 is just the right isotope for clean, efficient nuclear power, and it's in the dirt. It's in the lunar dirt. We just have to scoop it up and sift it out. It's really rare. We have to do a lot of scooping and a lot of sifting, but it is there. It is a way to potentially power not the next generation of space exploration, but the next generation of space exploration. That's how we push our knowledge and our frontier even further.
We can't wait. Dr. Paul Sutter, thank you so much. And we've got more coverage of NASA's historic Artemis 2 launch ahead here on NBC News Now. And you can also follow online at NBCnews.com. Please stay with us on such a historic day.
Humanity's next great.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Hey there, I'm Gotti Schwartz, and right now we have been witnessing history. Just about an hour ago, that massive Artemis rocket successfully lifted off from the Kennedy Space Center, and now 4 astronauts are currently hurtling through space, headed to the moon, going further in space than anyone has ever been before. At the furthest, they're going to be a quarter of a million miles away, 250 million miles. That is a feat that hasn't been done in the last 50 years. Now, that crew made up of 3 Americans, 1 Canadian. They are going to be the first people to launch towards the moon since the Apollo 17 mission back in 1972. Today is the beginning of this new era in space exploration. This one mission is such a huge moment for the country's space program, and this is just the beginning. Artemis 2 setting the stage for more moon missions, including a possible moon landing in 2028, eventually a mission to Mars once we get the refueling situation sorted out, and people from across the country and around the globe, they made the trek to get that front row seat to history out there in Florida, while others were watching from home or at watch parties all over the world. And if you haven't seen it yet, we are going to show it to you in just a little bit. But first, we want to check in because we are hearing reports that NASA may be holding a press conference pretty soon here from Mission Control. I believe that we have Tom Costello standing by at NASA headquarters, but we're going to be getting to him in just a little bit. But if you missed it earlier today, we saw all systems go. There was a little bit of a touch and go moment when there was an issue with a battery. There were also some issues with another system, but they got all of that sorted out. The weather was holding at about a 90% chance of go. And then we heard an incredibly inspirational message coming in from the space capsule. We heard some of the astronauts saying they are doing this for all of humanity. We heard another say full send. He was ready to go. I do want to get to Tom Costello, who has a front row seat to all the action at Kennedy Space Center. He is a man I am extremely jealous of, and he has been able to watch so many of these missions from where they happen. This is another one, Tom, that you got to see right there in front of you. History was just made. How did it look?
Well, it was absolutely everything that we'd hoped it would be and probably more. I mean, quite literally, the ground rumbled, right? You could feel it in your chest. This was the most powerful NASA rocket ever. 8.8 million pounds of thrust. When this thing lifted off the pad, it accelerated to 17,000 miles per hour. Just an astonishing clip. And here's what's different, of course, than when they're going to try to catch up with the space station. And in that case, they've got a tight window, as you know. In this case, they didn't have a tight window. They had a 2-hour window because it's a very long mission, right? They first go up a high orbiter over the Earth, and then they head off towards on a 4-day trip onto the moon. And that's when they really kick it in, by the way. They go to Mach 33, 24,000 miles per hour. But the excitement here on the ground here at the Kennedy Space Center was astonishing. You could hear people cheering. As you know, Gotti, you've been here before, and there's a big NASA building just off to my right where it's kind of an executive building, offices, and up on the top they have a fantastic balcony and viewing station. The entire roof is really a balcony. It is filled with NASA families. It is filled with engineers and politicians and VIPs. I mean, and they were just going crazy. And you can't help but be excited about this, right? It's, you know, even when you're supposed to be an objective reporter on the ground, you want this to work. You want these people to get off safely off the ground. You want to see the greatest engineering feat in the world work. And so everybody's cheering, and that's what makes this a lot of fun.
You're so right about that. And yet, you know, us curmudgeon-y journalists, like, you've seen a lot of these. I've watched a lot of them remotely. I've been watching space launches for as long as I can remember, just never in person. But I can't remember the last time where a space launch has gone at the beginning of the launch window, right? Yeah. It's usually like totally 50-50. Something's gonna pop up. There's millions of parts involved. And yet today, they were a minute within that window, right?
You know, I've had the good fortune of covering NASA now for 22 years, and I've covered an awful lot of missions, going back to shuttle missions and then various SpaceX missions, of course, and you know, it's not at all uncommon to have little glitches come up, little, you know, they're checking this, they're checking that. Oh, we got to do this. That's not uncommon. That's very, very common. But rarely do you have a mission as this big of a rocket, right? Never before with humans on board. This is a test flight. Rarely have I seen anything go this smoothly. And I'm talking to friends of mine who are astronauts, and I have engineer contacts within NASA, and they're all just amazed at how well it went. I would make the point, Charlie Blackwell Thompson is the first female to ever be a launch director. That was her voice making the call that we're going. And she told me in the weeks heading up to this, she was very confident. She really felt like they had engineered out the issues that they dealt with Artemis 1, and then, of course, when they had the scrub earlier this year. So a lot of confidence, not cockiness, just confidence. A kind of NASA confidence. But I will say, buddy, it feels like NASA's got its mojo back. And it feels like they know where they're going. They know who they are. And as we joked about on the air yesterday, you know, I said it kind of has the 70s Apollo vibe to it here at the Kennedy Space Center. It's because they feel like they're back. And now they've got a real mission, and it's going beyond low Earth orbit. It's going to the moon.
Nothing like that NASA swagger, nothing like that confidence. And in fact, Tom, as you mentioned it, you heard that at the beginning when we heard from inside of that capsule when all systems were go. In fact, we've got the whole thing. So let's play it from the top if we can.
Good.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis, MMT chair.
MMTs go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity launch director.
Good air was Charlie PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2. This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity. All right, Charlie, your Artemis 2 crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis 2 mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the ultimate MECO. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same?
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis 2 mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. Seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engine's throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission. Thrusters on Integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state, ahead of service module fairing separation. 3 minutes into the flight. Integrity, 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour.
Houston Integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02.
We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on TDRS at the Carmen line.
Outstanding, Stan. We have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis 2, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Integrity, nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Eight minutes 40 seconds into the flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. Core stage has separated, done its job. The Space Launch System upper stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft. Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon.
Integrity, good PRM, and 1 minute to TDRS handover.
Copy that. We see the same on board, and the sun is rising on Integrity.
Outstanding.
And with that, the first burn of the interim cryogenic propulsion system has been completed and put the crew on the right trajectory to get them to the moon.
It's been such a long time since Artemis 1, such a long time that they built, like, since they built this. They should have launched March, but those helium moved.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh. This is so good.
last one back in '72. I was young back then and watched that, and to be able to see this has been on our bucket list, and to be able to see this is wonderful.
A full send for all of humanity, and now they are off to space. And Tom Costello, I believe we're expecting a press conference any moment now. Any clue as to when that might be happening? Oh, it looks like it's happening now.
I was just going to say, it's starting right about now.
6:35 p.m. NASA Space Launch System rocket lifted off the pad with 8.8 million pounds of thrust, carrying the Orion spacecraft and the Artemis II crew out to Earth orbit and beginning America's grand return to the moon. Now, about 51 minutes into the flight, during a planned handover between satellites, the Orion spacecraft underwent a communications issue, leading to a temporary partial loss of comms. The uplink from Capcom to the crew was being heard by the crew, but we cannot hear their responses for a brief period of time. There were no issues with the vehicle itself. Comms with the crew have been restored. We're actively working the issue, and we'll keep you informed. The Orion spacecraft has successfully separated from the core stage, and its solar arrays have been deployed as planned. Soon the crew will execute the apogee raise burn, placing the spacecraft into a stable high Earth orbit as we prepare for the translunar injection and the journey into cislunar space. NASA astronauts Commander Reid Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Koch, and Canadian Space Agency mission specialist Jeremy Hansen are safe, they're secure, and they're in great spirits. We will continue to monitor their health and the status as we move into the next phase of the Artemis II mission. So after a brief 54-year intermission, NASA is back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon. We have arrived at this point through a sustained effort and national commitment and the work of thousands across the agency, our industry partners, and our international allies. I want to personally thank the ground crews, pad controllers, the entire workforce here at Kennedy Space Center. This mission belongs as much to you as it does to the crew. The crew is now in the capable hands of Mission Control Houston, the Johnson Space Center, where teams will guide Orion through each phase of the mission with the same discipline and precision that has brought us to this moment. We've certainly been here before. We know the challenges ahead. We have a lot of checkouts to get through before TLI. And when, if all goes well, everything is go, Artemis II will be moonbound. You have our commitment to keep the public as informed as possible on this historic mission, and we will celebrate when we will hold our celebration until this crew is under parachutes and splashes down off the west coast of the United States. Thank you.
So with that, we will open this up to questions, and we will start here in the room. If we have any takers, we'll start right up here.
Congratulations to all of you on a successful launch so far. My name is Jim Siegel. I'm with Florida Media Now. And I'm curious about when the astronauts will have their first meal on this mission. And secondly, is somebody on the Earth here back in Houston or somewhere keeping track of what they eat during this entire mission, and how do they go about doing that? Do they tell them what to eat, or do they kind of select what they want? What do you think?
Well, let's see. I'll jump in on this one. Well, what I'll tell you is they do have planned meals, okay? So they have a planned meal today. I will tell you they're very busy. So ascent day is very tough. It's tough physiologically, and it's tough from a workload issue as well. And so this timeline between now when the crew goes to sleep, so MET of about 8:30 is pretty packed. They're going to snack. They probably have some pre-positioned meals. I know they did in their flight suit. Some of the snacks that they can use if they need. But I will also tell you that flight day 1 and flight day 2, you might not feel like eating a lot, and that's just part of it. Your body is acclimating to 0G. Your physiology is transitioning from a 1G environment to 0G, and it takes a little bit of adapting. So right now they're working hard. They are doing what they need to do. They sound great on the loops. That was really a good signal to us that they're feeling well. but just know that that's part of the equation, when they get on orbit. As far as the food being tracked, yes, we have a food lab, and we have folks at the Johnson Space Center tracking what they eat, the nutrition, the calories. It makes a difference. They do this on Artemis. They do it on Space Station as well. So we're well versed in that. We want to make sure that they're healthy, and we also want to make sure we know what they're doing, what they're eating, so we can also track that and make sure that they don't need any supplements or anything additional.
Thank you. We'll head over to Joey.
Thanks, guys, and congrats on a clean launch so far. Jared, or whoever wants to answer, how were you able to resolve the communications issue, and do you have any guesses as to what might have caused that? And was there any part of the mission so far that appeared off nominal, or is everything looking good? Just curious to hear how things are going on that. Thanks.
Well, on the comms issue, and I don't know, there may be someone here that has a little more detail than I do of having to run around quite a bit, but I think they're still looking into trying to really understand exactly what was going on there. But it's restored, which is important. I think it just.
It was during handover to TDRS West.
Sometimes
that's squirrely. Ground configuration, you gotta get that right. So hopefully that's what it is. But we'll chase it down. But they were able to recover. They had intermittent forward and return links, so the burns that they needed on board it was never an issue. It was unusual for it to be dropped out for a couple minutes. So that's what we're telling you. We had a controller issue with the toilet when they spun it up, so we got to work through that. That's going to take maybe a few hours to troubleshoot. So there was also a water tank valve. There's 4 water tanks on Orion. There's a crossover valve that connects the 2 gangs of tanks. It's supposed to be open to ensure maximum flow. It was closed during ascent. When you shake the thing, things like that happen. So they're going to reset the valve. And then they had a recurrence of on Artemis 1, we had a latching current limiter failure on a piece of electronics, a transient failure when it gets exposed to radiation. They took 1 hit of those. We took about 24, 25 of those during Artemis 1. Again, normal, the onboard fault detection cleans that up, but we're just getting started, Joey.
Clear, right? This is a flight test, and a lot of what we're doing here is exactly this, trying to test out all of the things that require the crew interaction, right? And so we anticipate to have a lot of these. Well, that's what we're here for, work through them.
Sawyer?
Importantly, apogee raise burn. We're go. So they're going to stay in space.
Sawyer.
Thank you, Sawyer Rosenstein, NSF. I noticed that the slide wire baskets happened to deploy during launch. Is that something that was expected? And can you give any initial reports, at least what you've seen from the cameras, of how the mobile launcher is doing, given the hope to be able to quickly turn it around?
Yeah, you have something on the baskets. I can talk about the turnaround.
The baskets they're supposed to get out of the way. That's part of the plan. So otherwise they take plume loads, and we don't like that.
So I can tell you on the mobile launcher, our team has already been looking at a lot of the imagery that we have that was taken both during and after, and assessing that, trying to get the condition. We've got teams, I believe, going out there. They might already be out on their way to take a real look. Some of the good things that we've seen relative to Artemis 1, one of the issues we had was that the water that was supposed to be spraying down the launch pad, so that there were some issues there that didn't happen. We saw a lot of corrosion. The water was working, so things were getting washed down. We're still also going to remove some of the parts so that we can do some of that cleaning to make sure we don't have those corrosion issues. We haven't seen evidence of things like after Artemis 1, like the elevator doors were blown off. We haven't seen that. So we're optimistic, but we got to get out to the pad. We got to look. We did a lot of changes after Artemis 1, trying to harden the systems so that we can turn it around faster. We do anticipate there will be some items that'll need to be replaced. It's a pretty violent environment, but we're hopeful that that's minimized, and as soon as we have more information on that, we'll definitely let you guys know where we stand and how quickly we think we can get it turned around. Thanks.
Lauren? Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. I just wanted to get a gut check on how we're feeling about the upcoming proximity and operation. Do we have any concerns with that TDRS delay, or is that not an issue for that?
I would say right now we're on for the proximity operations demo. Haven't heard anything that's keeping us from that, Norm?
No, on track, ready to go. Victor Glover's going to be flying it. Reed's going to be working the procedure with him. And cross-checking, and Jeremy and Christina are going to be looking out the windows, also spotting, cross-checking, using cameras and imagery, and it should be beautiful, so we can't wait.
We'll go right over here.
Yes, Bert Dicht from at Astra Magazine, National Space Society. Just wondering if the astronauts reported what the ride was like to orbit. I know with the space shuttle, it was a pretty rough ride until there was SRB SEP. Was this similar?
Have you heard?
I have not heard a report yet. I know we will get a report. Again,
Yes.
when MECO happened, immediately they were getting prepped to do their perigee raise maneuver. That's critical. Otherwise, they come back to Earth, which we don't want them to. So they got that. They are working to get their spacesuits off. They're, they just got the ARB burn, which was very important. So now they're working to get their suits off. So they are very busy. Now later today, I anticipate they will call down and give us a full brief as to how the Proxox demo went, how the ride uphill went, and I personally can't wait to hear the comparison between this massive rocket and the shuttle.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Micah.
Thanks, Bethany. Micah Maidenberg, Wall Street Journal. Maybe for the administrator, I'd like to ask you, I know we're early on here, how you're thinking about success for this mission, defining success. A lot of tests ahead. And just what happens if you don't kind of meet that standard as the flight unfolds? Thanks so much.
Well, I mean, to me, success is undershoots and in the water safely after a 10-day mission duration, so no early off-ramps there. I think right now we're already getting good ECLIS data. We've never flown Orion with crew on board, so that's pretty important. I mean, understanding the Orion spacecraft is, it's paramount in this one to progress on to integrated operations of Orion with a lander. Every day we're getting data. It says, it was mentioned from the get-go, this is a test mission for sure. No crew have ever ridden this before. We'll keep gathering data over the next 10 days. We'll share updates, but we'll call a success when they're in the water safely, and we'll start working on the next mission.
Jackie.
Hi. Right here. Sorry if I missed it. I just wanted to check in on the status of the perigee and apogee burns. Are those both finished at this point? And then I also wanted to check how best way to explain to the audience why we're doing that apogee raise maneuver and why we go into that high Earth orbit. Thanks so much.
Do you want to take that? I mean, I can certainly say we've completed the perigee raise maneuver. That was done pretty quickly, as you heard, and the apogee raise burn should have already happened. That should have been happening while we sat here. They were getting ready as we were walking in. And then if you want to talk maybe about the rest.
So we go into a high Earth orbit. Roughly, the perigee is about 1,000 nautical miles, rough, give or take, of the Earth, 25,000. So it's pretty elliptical. That's getting us, everything we do is getting us set up for the translunar injection burn. And so it's getting these burns. It's all converging down to what we call TLI. So we got to get the ECLIS system checked out. We got to make sure we have our redundancy. We got to make sure these burns go off where they should go off, and get Orion and the SM configured exactly where it needs to be. So when it comes around and it's time for the translunar injection burn, off we go, and that takes us really, that puts us outbound to the moon. That's a real big commit point, and so you'll be hearing more about that tomorrow.
You might mention it not only sends us outbound to the moon, but it also sets us up for the gravity assist that brings us back. So we are set all the way.
Yes.
Once we make that burn.
Go right back here.
Hi, TJ Mosquera with the Epoch Times. Thank you all so much. Something that hasn't been really talked about is that the Space Launch System predates the Artemis program, going all the way back to 2011. So 15 years really invested in this. And just how does it feel to finally see it launch with the human crew on board?
Yeah, I mean, right now, like I said, we're focused on the next 10 days. But I mean, I'll tell you, I'm incredibly proud of the folks that worked on this machine for as long as they did. And one thing we didn't talk about earlier was, one of the big objectives is getting the organization and getting our qualification standards and getting our certification rigor up to the standard for crewed flight. That's a big, even though the mission is a complicated mission, moving the entire organization to a mindset of thinking about risk in the right way to fly crew is a big deal, and making sure that the way we've gotten the machine configured to fly crew with the resilience and the reliability we care about is also a big deal. So it takes time. I mean, we got a lot in front of us, but I mean, it's for the guys that were out there, there's a big celebration in launch control for the rocket guys. The rocket guys can go out and play now, but the spacecraft guys got a lot of homework, so they're going to go work on that. But yeah, for them, I can see it on their faces.
Jeff.
Jeff Faust of Space News. During the countdown, we heard controllers working through a few issues, one with the flight termination system, one with the launch abort system battery, and it sounded like there was a brief telemetry dropout. Wonder if you could provide a little bit more details about those issues and how you resolved them relatively quickly.
Yeah, so Jeff, the FTS issue was we were doing an end-to-end test. We typically have to confirm that we can get a signal from the range to the machine and then back. We weren't able to close that entire end-to-end loop, but the guys at the range, they were really quick on their feet. They swapped to a different range receiver, which is a slightly different heritage, but has the same fundamental algorithms on it, and they were able to switch over to that and able to confirm a good end-to-end signal, which is really clever. We had thought about getting a receive-only box that we had in the VAB and shipping that over to Patrick quickly so they could do it, but they were able to fix it on the fly over there, so that was good. And once we knew we could confirm the end-to-end loop of that command, then we didn't need that receive. We don't need to do that test more than once. We just need to verify the commands get on board. And so once we confirmed that command was there, then that we met all of our public safety risk. For the launch abort system, we had a battery, so 2 batteries, several temperature sensors on both batteries. We had one poke out of family. We want to make sure all of them are tracking within certain limits. But we could confirm, given the locations of the temperature sensors, where they are on the battery itself, that the reading was instrumentation, because there wasn't a credible physics-based explanation for why that sensor would be that far high. It was an order of magnitude off scale high from the rest, and so we were able to quickly vote that sensor out. So that was two of the major issues. But again, the team, this is what the training is for. This is what the practice is for, is to go into those things and knock them out quickly. So they did really well.
We'll go right over here.
I noticed there was a lack of public address announcing outside, and there was a lot of going back and forth when we realized there were some issues, and we had to go back inside to find out, or we had to have our phones. Why was there no public address system available with loudspeakers outside?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. We're not sure what issue you're talking about the public address. Okay.
No information at all available to people outdoors, and I thought that was a lacking.
We'll take a look into it.
We'll definitely look into that. I wasn't aware that happened. So thank you for that information. That's new, and we'll definitely look into it.
We'll go right back here.
Thomas Moore, Sky News. Administrator Isaac Igman, as a fellow astronaut, what were your feelings watching your crew rising above Pad 39B? And do you feel that extra sense of responsibility for the crew as they head further into space?
I certainly felt that it would be, just from, I guess, my perspective in it, that, I don't know, it is far less stressful to be strapped into the rocket than to be responsible for it here on Earth. So I definitely had those feelings quite a bit. But, you derive a lot of confidence from the process that leads up to this moment. I mean, literally the army of people that came together across NASA, all our contractors, all our partners to prepare for this, every step that leads up to it. This is what I, was really honestly going through my mind through it, is all the testing that goes into it, the integrated testing, the flight readiness review, everything that goes into a flight readiness review. Not to mention you have a truly exceptional crew up there that have been training for years on this. That gives you the confidence to undertake this mission, especially knowing the implications that it is part of a much bigger program. This is America and our partners' return to the moon, and we're trying to do it this time to stay. So, incredibly important mission. Certainly felt the pressure of it, but it was relieved, based on the confidence we have in the team here at NASA and everyone who contributes to it. Thank you for the question.
We'll come right up here.
Frederic Castel with France 24. First, of course, congratulations to NASA for the grand return to the moon. Mr. Administrator, I have this question that they ask me constantly in Europe and in the States. In the 60s, NASA was using just the slide rule to go to the moon, and they could launch almost every 3 months. Of course, they had more money probably, but what happened in 50 years? Why is it so difficult to make it again? What has changed? Thank you.
Well, for sure, we knew. Look, it's a very fair question. I know a lot of people ask it, not just in your country, but here in the United States. Certainly, financial resources are part of the equation. NASA's budget, if I recall, was somewhere between 4 and 4.5% of the discretionary budget during the space race. About a quarter percentage of that today. And I mean, to be very honest with you, I think competition is a factor in this as well. It's a great way to, mobilize the resources of a nation and concentrate on something extremely challenging. And that's what we did in the 1960s. And I think with absent some competition, we focused a lot on partnerships and all that we could do collectively with respect to science and discovery. But competition can be a good thing. And we certainly have competition now. I think that's why you're seeing us start to concentrate our resources back to the objective and do it with a great coalition across the NASA workforce, our contractors, all our partners that have come together, our stakeholders in Congress and the administration who came here to witness this launch is because they know we have competition, and this one's going to be close. And I think as a result, you're going to see a lot more progress, more so than you have in since when this was originally conceived under Constellation. We're going to get back into the business of launching rockets on a regular cadence, and we're going to bring the world along with us. So.
We're going to take a couple of phone bridge questions for just a moment. Reminder that you can join by pressing *1 to get into the queue. We're going to start with Will Robinson-Smith from Spaceflight Now.
Hi, thank you, Bethany, and congratulations, everyone, on a good mission so far. Question about the upcoming TLI burn tomorrow. At what point during the day will the team conduct a poll on readiness to proceed into the TLI, and what are the main criteria that you'll be assessing to make that final determination? Thank you.
Okay, well, the TLI burn actually happens about the time that launch happens, so it's 1 day into the mission. So tomorrow, Eastern time, would be about 6:35-ish. Obviously, those burn times can change, so check that before tomorrow. But what are the teams looking for before TLI? We're looking to make sure that the life support systems work, that the vehicle's healthy, the life support systems have been checked out, they're ready to go. We assure that those are functional because once we commit to TLI, they have to function. And so we want to make sure. So that's why we spend a day checking out the systems. Ascent is, you shake, rattle, and roll a little bit, the vehicle. You saw that today. And you can imagine what that does to the systems. The systems, though, are performing very well. We anticipate that they continue to, but we want to get some track record on them before we do that. We also want to make sure we have redundancy in the system for comm, for environmental life support, propulsion, those type things before we embark on that TLI mission. So that's what the mission control team in Houston will be doing tomorrow. Jeff Radigan and his team, as the lead flight director, will be well into that. The teams are well versed on it. They have trained for it. They work very closely in conjunction with the engineering team, the mission evaluation room in Houston, where the engineers that have the intricate knowledge of Orion come together with the operations team, and together they work with the crew to make sure that the vehicle, is doing what we want to and accomplishing the mission objectives that we need to. But it always comes down to crew safety, vehicle safety, and mission objectives in that order.
I might also mention, as those teams are checking out all of those systems, There will also be a meeting of the mission management team that's led by John Honeycutt, whom I think many of you have seen before, and they'll be meeting tomorrow afternoon to hear all of the results from what's happened over the last day in preparation to make the decision on whether or not we proceed with the TLI burn.
We will next go right back here to Manuel.
Thank you so much. Manuel Masanti with Exploración Espacial. I understand that the CubeSats are going to be deployed like 5 hours into the flight. Is there any chance we're going to see live images of the deployment? And then when is the crew, I know they're super busy right now, but when are they going to start using the flywheel machine on its way to the moon when everything is more like...
The second question was to do when they start doing the manual as far as...
Flywheel machine.
Oh, the flywheel machine. Sorry, thank you, the exercise machine.
I guess after the TLI.
I'll do this exercise. Yeah, I'll hand that to you, but I can answer the CubeSats. So the CubeSats are installed in the Orion stage adapter, which is actually a part of the upper stage piece, right? So once Orion separates from the upper stage, we'll do the ProxOps demonstration, right? And then once Orion has cleared and we're away, then they will be deployed. So Orion won't be there to take images of them. And once they are deployed, they each of them have their own plans for being able to communicate back down to Earth to various ground stations. They have their own communication plans. So we'll start to get information back from those individual CubeSats. So that's kind of the plan and the path forward on the CubeSat deployment and what you can expect.
We're going to take one more question from the phone bridge from Christopher Mick of the Hudson Star Observer.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to all the teams. Thus far, I had a question from an earlier media availability with Jeremy Hansen. He made mention of if the mission launched on April 1st, they would be experiencing a lunar eclipse. And I just want to follow up on that, if that's where that would be happening in the mission timeline, and if there would be any video perchance of that happening, or is that just going to be on the astronauts' photography at the time?
So you may have to answer the question on whether or not there'll be the availability of the what kind of real time. I'm not sure what we'll have there, but the crew will get to observe the eclipse. This is pretty unique. It's kind of interesting. It actually doesn't happen when they're out of comm, so they will be having communication during that eclipse time. But during the eclipse, the moon will be blocking the sun. They will be able to see the sun's corona, which is kind of cool. So they've been having a lot of science lessons over the last couple of days to learn about that and the eventuality that we actually launched today. So they're prepared to make those solar observations. It'll be a pretty cool and unique opportunity. I'm sure we'll get some images down at some point. I just don't know if they'll be live.
Tarek.
Thank you very much. Tarek Malik with Space.com for the administrator. There have been a lot of comparisons of Artemis 2 to Apollo 8, a pioneering mission, daring, that sent astronauts on an untested crewed vehicle around the moon. And I'm very curious, given last week's ignition event and how that really laid out an audacious and ambitious plan to really explore the moon in a stepping stone approach way, where you see Artemis 2 in that plan, and basically the importance of riding on this mission before you can make that next step for next year.
And as you heard there from NASA officials answering questions on the history we just witnessed just a few hours ago, it has been an epic day watching these astronauts hurtle into space in their new journey to the moon. But there's more news to get to. In just a few minutes, the president